Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article Section 3-305, B1 and B7, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
So moved, Ms. Henn.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy? Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Young?
Good evening. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. 2025, yes. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073 and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the December 16th agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I am unaware of any changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. Hearing none, the agenda stands as presented. Early this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Opens Meeting Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting date. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Mr. McCall. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. We have retirements, resignations, and educator licensure appointments.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits D1 through D3?
So moved, Harvey.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCall.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, and members of the board. I am bringing forward the following administrative appointments for your approval: Coordinator, Department of Health Services; Assistant Principal, Arbutus Elementary School; Fiscal Supervisor 3, Office of the Controller; and Board Certified Behavior Analyst, Department of Special Education.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as presented in Exhibit E1?
So move, Young.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Ogumbe? Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is, oops, sorry, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Our first appointment this evening is Annette Heimlich. Please stand to be recognized. Annette is attending this evening with her husband, Richard, and is being appointed as the Fiscal Supervisor 3 in the Office of the Controller. With 17 years of experience, her prior service includes Business Unit Controller at Flex Limited, Operations Supervisor at Benefit Design Group, and Financial Controller at Amwins Connect Administrators. Congratulations and welcome to BCPS.
Thank you.
Our next appointment this evening is Chantel Jacobs. Please stand to be recognized. Chantel is attending this evening with her husband Dwayne and Principal Samantha and is being appointed as the Assistant Principal at Arbutus Elementary School. With 6 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Chantel's BCPS experience includes elementary classroom teacher and reading specialist at Lyons Mill Elementary School and staff development teacher at Arbutus Elementary School. Prior to that, Chantel served as a teacher in Baltimore City Public Schools. Congratulations. Our next appointment is Nicole Torbett. Please stand to be recognized. Nicole is attending this evening and is being appointed as the coordinator in the Department of Health Services. She's also attending with the director, our new director of Health Services, Nancy Matucci. With 11 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Nicole's prior experience includes school nurse at Deep Creek Elementary School and with the Office of Health Services, and supervisor in the Department of Health Services. Prior to that, Nicole served as a registered nurse at St. Elizabeth School and Rehabilitation Center and with the Baltimore County Department of Health. Congratulations. Our final appointment for this evening is Olivia Bonner. Olivia is being appointed as the Board Certified Behavior Analyst in the Department of Special Education. With 8 years of service, Olivia's services include Behavior Interventionist, Advanced Behavior Interventionist, ABA Autism Instructor, and ABA School Partnership Coordinator at Trellis Services, and Board Certified Behavior Analyst at Columbus Organization. Congratulations and welcome to BCPS, Olivia.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the appointees. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. The Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and the Office of School Safety have recommended safety and security protocols, which are posted in the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior, such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting, are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of your time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. We'll start with our school system affiliated groups. And we do not have anybody this evening. We're going to move right on to our unions, and our speaker is Kelly Olds from TAPCO. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I was fortunate to spend part of last week with educators from around the country, where we discussed many topics that we are currently facing in education. We discussed the necessity in understanding that real change takes time and how important it is to not be short-sighted in our goals of this. When we are short-sighted in the goals for our students' growth, we miss opportunities for systemic change and positive movement. There was also a common thread of conversation about how values are reflected in our budgets. Among TABCO's values is the principle of advocacy. We believe in promoting the betterment of education in Baltimore County for educators, students, families, and communities. Sometimes this means standing up alone, and sometimes with friends and partners to say what is needed for our students and the adults who serve them to say what is right. I am doing that now, and I am asking you to join us. Let us work together for the budget our students need, one that honors our negotiated agreements and preserves the staff needed to appropriately serve the needs of our communities, one that keeps us moving our students forward. I am asking us to truly collaborate. I propose that we meet jointly with the county executive and members of the county council. I am asking you to join me and TABCO members publicly to say, if what is currently anticipated for money over maintenance of effort is not enough, in order to fund the agreed upon salaries without making more drastic cuts to staff and therefore limiting what can be done for the students that we serve, then we need more. That is the message. We don't need cuts in this county, not cuts to pay and cuts to staff, because these cuts are cuts to our students. We've been down this road and we don't need to do it again. Instead of a lot of energy being spent this spring fighting for something we've already been promised, let us stand together now and say in a unified voice that this is what our children need. And I want to be clear about what I mean by what our children need. They need their veteran teachers to be in the system because our kids need that experience, both for teaching them and for mentoring the next generation of educators. Our kids also need the next generation to come through. They need young educators to want to come here and want to stay. That is done in part by respecting our educators, which means allowing us to be part of the process as things change, communicating with educators to better understand the impacts of decisions, and respecting existing agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any nonprofit community groups this evening, so our next is our individual citizens or students. And our first speaker is Ms. Navin. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Rogers and members of the board. My name is Marie Navin. I'm a BCPS parent and the library media specialist at Dundalk High School. As we work to reverse declining reading scores and widening academic gaps, we must focus on what decades of research tells us improves student achievement. Strong school libraries staffed by full-time certified library media specialists. More than 50 years of research across more than 60 studies show that students with access to well-resourced libraries and certified librarians score higher on standardized tests, perform better in reading and math, and graduate at higher rates. These findings hold true even when controlling for socioeconomic status. The research is equally clear about what happens when librarians are removed. Nationally, studies have found that school librarian losses correlate with decreases in scores. These declines are predictable and preventable. Library media specialists aren't a luxury. We are an evidence-based academic support. Yet, despite this overwhelming research, our district is moving in the opposite direction. Due to changes in the staffing guidance and excess positions last year, half of our secondary library media specialists have been assigned to teach outside of their primary role, restricting access to both the library and the expertise of the library media specialists that students rely on. We know this is inequitable and not educationally sound practice. The inequity created by this decision is profound. Access to a full-time library media specialist at the secondary level in BCPS now depends on your zip code and the discretion of your principal. Some students still benefit from a full-time certified library media specialist while others do not. This is not a small disparity. It is a structural inequity that directly affects academic opportunity, literacy development, and long-term achievement. When library media specialists are allowed to fulfill their roles, the results are undeniable. At Dundalk High School, where I have not been assigned outside classes, I have co-taught more than 140 classes so far this year, supporting research skills, digital literacy, and critical thinking. Our library has circulated more than 3,600 books, supporting gains in literacy and reading stamina. At a school of roughly 1,800 students, that's almost 2 books per high school student within 4 months. When a library is staffed appropriately, students use it, teachers rely on it, and academic outcomes improve. I am deeply concerned that in our current fiscal climate, these staffing changes are not a temporary stopgap, but a soft removal of secondary library media specialists. If that happens, the academic decline that follows will not be a surprise. Our absence is not neutral, it is harmful. If we're serious about literacy, equity, and preparing students for college and careers, then we must restore and protect full-time certified library media specialists in every secondary school. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Ferone. Would you like me to call on the next speaker and then you get your stuff ready? Okay, our next speaker is Sharon Serhoff.
Thank you, Madam.
Good evening.
Good evening. Happy holidays to everyone. I'm here today to speak about Baltimore County's best-kept secret, Holman Hospital. I wonder how many of you are aware of this program, what it's used for, and how it works. I have several clients currently and have over the past few years, and it's still a mystery to me and a mystery to every single school that I've worked with. Holman Hospital is a program that every school district has that is provided to students who cannot access the school building for learning either full-time or part-time. Some of the students need to access Holman Hospital because of a physical condition or medical condition, and some students need to access it because of a mental health situation. It's usually available for 60 days, and supposedly you can get that information in your counseling office at the school. And I'm going to say supposedly because unless you are aware of it, you don't know about it, and neither does the school. School doesn't share that information. That's a problem. Another thing that is happening right now is that it's not uniform across the county. Recently, I had a student who had Holman Hospital for 60 days, and he had more than 2 IEP goals to work on. He only worked on 2 of them. That was the guidance that the middle school got. Pick 2 goals, work on those for the 60 days you're in Holman Hospital, and then you can come back to school and be on the same page as everybody else. Tell me how that works, because it doesn't work for me, and it didn't work for the client because the kid's failing right now. You don't pick just 2 goals and work on only that for 60 days and then expect the child to come back into the building and be able to pass. I urge the school board to please make themselves familiar. This information is online. I'm more than happy to share it with you. Take a look at it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Ferone.
We are in public,
Good evening.
good evening, and public comments.
Yeah, public comments.
Sorry for being late, too much traffic. I want to reflect to you, well, of course, happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Happy holiday for anyone, whichever holiday people celebrate. And holidays are really about peace, about love, about rapprochement, engagement. But if you remember, the past meeting of December 2nd, I didn't see any love. I didn't see any peace, certainly. I didn't see any people teaming up or getting together. And I really want to reflect to you as an independent observer, watching and listening, watching your body language and listening to your words. It took more than an hour to do the elections. Everybody got named, nominated. Student member was nominated. That's first in my history of 25 plus years watching the board. I wonder nobody really nominated me. I have been longer here than anybody else. So, you know, oftentimes I try to just really focus on education. And politics does not really help the education system. It really does not. It was so clear on December 12th that there was one group of 5 trying to reach out to the other side and do everything they can, including naming the student member of the board for position of vice chair. And there is another group, 6 of you, completely closed on the idea of rapprochement, completely closed on the idea of engaging with others. What did the students learn from December 2nd? Not really good. The optics were bad. The way you conducted yourselves looked organized, but I don't think it is a plus for the school system. Thank you.
Thank
Am I
you.
done?
Yes. Our next speaker is Santina Janati. Did I get it? Okay, good, thanks.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Rogers, members of the board. My name is Santina Janati, and I am a BCPS parent and library media specialist, and this year, English teacher. I'm here to advocate for maintaining full-time certified library media specialists in BCPS secondary school. Right now, half of all secondary library media specialists are assigned to teaching roles outside of the library. However, research and our own district's success shows these positions are essential to student achievement. Decades of research, including over 34 statewide studies, demonstrate that schools with certified media specialists have higher student achievement, stronger reading and writing outcomes, increased graduation rates, even after controlling for poverty and other factors. In BCPS, this success is the result of intentional professional practice. Each year, every library media specialist analyzes school and student data and develops a comprehensive collection development plan aligned to curriculum, enrollment, literacy needs, and equity of access. This data-driven work reflects the expectations of the American Association of School Librarians' National School Library Standards, which define librarians as instructional leaders, collaborative partners, program administrators, and information specialists. Beyond collection management, BCPS library media specialists teach research, critical thinking, digital literacy. We co-plan and co-teach with our classroom teachers. We manage print and digital collections. We support technology integration. We lead equity, inquiry, and intellectual freedom initiatives. These are not support tasks. They are instructional and leadership roles. This comprehensive, standards-aligned approach earned BCPS the National School Library Program of the Year Award in 2017, a national recognition of not just our collections, but our professional expertise, our collaboration, and impact on teaching and learning. Research shows that certified librarians, our work significantly improves student outcomes, particularly for students of color, low-income students, and students with disabilities, with some studies showing more than doubled rates of advanced writing performance. Maintaining these positions is therefore an issue of equity and access, not convenience. BCPS has built a nationally recognized, research-backed model. Assigning certified librarians to teach content classes instead of providing library services is a step backward that does not serve BCPS's stated student outcomes. I urge you to protect full-time certified library media specialists in their position as the media specialist in the library and continue investing in professionals who are truly capable of transforming schools. Thank you for your time and commitment to BCPS students.
Thank you. Next is public comment on Board Policy 1600, Public Charter Schools, and our first speaker is Bash Farone.
Policy 1600, line number 8, not a big deal, but it says committed to offering a variety of innovative instructional programs. The word innovative, I think it is extra. It really doesn't add to it. What counts is the innovation. Then line 25 talks about public schools is non-sectarian in all programs, policies, operations, open to all students, et cetera, et cetera. And my thought is, now I'll be honest with you, all right? You take it the way you want. I have been sitting here for a long time. This policy basically says that schools as such are almost a mirror of public schools. They are supposed to comply with no discrimination, open for everyone, policies approved by the board, et cetera, et cetera. And I really wonder then why have this school, to me it looks like a mirror of BCPS. I don't get it. I don't remember really hearing in the past any explanation about that, so I thought to throw that in you. I think the policy needs to highlight the benefit of charter schools. Under Maryland law, the board shall not grant a charter to, and then in line 25 says a school that operates fully online. So high tech is coming on us, artificial intelligence, etc. I don't see really the value of this. I mean, if it is good for a mortar kind of a school, it should be good for a school that operates only online. I think down the road, the use of such remote teaching is going to be cost effective and really much better than the system we have here. And putting it there, I think it's flying against the progress that we are all seeing around us. That's my thought about this policy.
Thank you. You can stay there. Our next board policy for comment is 4201, compensation, benefits, and retirement. Dr. Frone.
And the first paragraph talks about benefits. Employees need benefits, especially health care. But as often the superintendent and others shown that most of the budget goes to the staff. Think about 70% or so. And of course, insurance costs quite a bit of money. And I see here healthcare, and I saw in this policy also life insurance. life insurance, in my opinion, is personal. So that's really extra cost for the school system versus like disability insurance, in my personal opinion, is more important than life insurance, because when a person dies, dead, it's done. But when a person becomes disabled and has to live with that disability, they need disability insurance. I think that should be included in the benefits for the school system. And last but not really least, this policy talks about how important the benefits for retaining qualified staff. So I started observing the school system with Dr. Berger 1994 or 95, and we had these for a long time. I don't see an evidence that supports that having life insurance, health care, or any other benefits is really solving that issue, which has been there for the past 20 or maybe 30 years. To claim that these benefits are helping retain qualified teachers, effective teachers, needs to be supported by data. And I don't see that myself watching the school system every 2 weeks, coming here, reading about you. That's my thought.
Thank you. And the last board policy for public comment is 5320, student activities, student organization, and clubs. Dr. Ferone.
This is really interesting. The first paragraph talks about establishment of student clubs, organizations, engagement in leadership, opportunity. And I believe somewhere there talks about, in the second paragraph, that needs to be authorized and approved by administration. Well, if students' clubs are approved by administration, then the school administration has serious influence on the activities of the students and the selections of students. What's important, I think, for us here in the board is the choice of the student member of the board. And if administration has such influence on these clubs, then they could have undue influence on who is chosen to be the student member of the board. And that influence affects the outcome, as you have seen in the last Board of Education meeting. I don't know what's the solution of that. I pose it to you as a concern about this policy. Historically, when the student member of the board did not have authority to vote on budget and other important matters, the system worked fine. Then politicians wanted some sort of a change in the system and wanted to make sure that the student member of the board can vote on all issues, including budget. And I think that's really mingling again politics with education. Politics and religions don't go along with good education. They really make the system ineffective, as I have watched years after years after years. Politics and religion are not really good mix with education. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call on Mr. Burns. Good evening.
Good evening. Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board, Dr. Rogers. Over the last two closed sessions, the board took action in two appeals, one HEA 26-009, the other HEA-014. Now would be an appropriate time for the board to affirm the action that it took in those cases.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. May I have a motion to approve the actions taken in closed session on hearing examiner cases HEA 26-009 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Harvey.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Recuse?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalewski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the actions taken in closed session on hearing examiner case HEA 26-014 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Sorry, yes.
Sorry. Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalewski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank
The next item on the agenda is new business, report on board policies. This is the first reader for these policies, and for that I call Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept this report of the committee's recommendation of the proposed changes to the following board policies. Board Policy 1600, Public Charter Schools. Board Policy 4201, Employee Insurance Benefits. Board Policy 5320, Student Organizations and Clubs. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits H1 through H3.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations? May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board Policy Review Committee for Board Policy 1600, 4201, and 5320?
So moved, Stolowski.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalewski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the work session on the proposed FY 2027 County Capital Budget Request. And for that, I call on Dr. Grimm and Ms. Lazaria. Good evening.
Good evening. We're here this evening to answer any questions you may have on the proposed FY27 county capital request.
Okay. So quick intro. Questions? Okay. That could be our quickest presentation ever. I'm not seeing any questions. Okay. You can go back to your seats.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, see, now I'm not ready. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the report on academic achievement, special education, and related services, and that I call on Dr. Mulnex, Ms. Myers, and Ms. Mustafer, and I believe Dr. Rogers can get it started. And you guys can come up. I don't think it's going to be as quick as our last
It will
report.
Not. Not at all. Actually, you can, yeah, she can start, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board. We have both Ms. Myers and Ms. Mustafer who are here to provide an in-depth report on special education and related services update to members of Team BCPS. If we move to the next slide, please. During this presentation, there are three main areas that they will speak about. Special education and BCPS, that context and vision to provide some critical information to our community, what the existing accountability measures and structures are at the federal, state, and local levels, as well as integrated student support services. We know that this is an area of interest. As everyone knows, 3 years ago, we identified specific academic priorities for BCPS in alignment with our data and the analysis of that. In addition to looking at literacy and mathematics, special education, and multilingual learning were on our list and continue to be on our list for areas of focus and to meet the needs of our students. Want to share just a little bit of data to provide some context here about Baltimore County Public Schools. This data is data that you are familiar with, as we have shared when we were talking about the blueprint, looking at our students and how students have changed over time. Our student needs continue to increase over the last 5 years. We have had more than doubling the number of students that are economically disadvantaged, a growth of more than 49% in multilingual learners, and 1.7% increase in our students receiving special education services. Because we are doing a deep dive into special education, it is important for us to share changes by student group, by their age bands here. If you look at a 10-year period of time, you'll see that we had about a 19% increase in student count. But when we disaggregate that data, we find that the greatest area of growth is preschool to pre-K, followed by kindergarten to 5th grade elementary school, which is why it's so important that we have those additional supports in elementary school. And you see 16.5% growth in middle school and 10.5% in high school. I believe the last slide that I will share, particularly since we're talking about investments and really focusing, prioritizing our student needs, are investments over the last 8 years in special education. There are 3 points along the line for you, 2017-2018, what the staffing looked like for specific job titles that support students receiving special education services. That includes adult assistants, our special educator teacher positions, our special education classroom teachers, as well as special education paraeducators, our SEL teachers, those were formerly behavior intervention specialists, and our IEP chairs. You will note that in all areas we have experienced growth. Adult assistants did not come to BCPS until 2021-2022 school year. And in the other years, you will also see for every category that we have increased significantly, with our most recent investment being in IEP chairs at the elementary level to really focus on the needs and the feedback that we have heard from our families, from our teachers, from our school leaders about a person that is dedicated on student needs to walk a parent through the process, to provide feedback, and to help teachers implement the IEP plans that are written at the elementary level. Also want to take this opportunity to thank our parents and our staff members who have provided us with very specific feedback around special education over the last 3 years. Most recently, our CCAC meeting where families were very clear about the impact of the changes that have been made, the investments that have been made in special education, families speaking about the impact of professional learning and what they see in their schools. We are grateful for that feedback, concrete next steps to address the needs of our student, as well as our very close partnership with the Maryland State Department of Education, with which Ms. Myers will get into detail about the feedback that we are receiving. Issues or concerns, challenges in special education have a long history in Baltimore County Public Schools. It's going to take some time to continue to focus on this area and the needs of the students, bringing in parents and working alongside them for us to continue to see the forward progress of our students. And so at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Myers to take us through the rest.
Good evening. So we'll get right into it. As Dr. Rogers indicated, 3 years ago, she identified special education as a priority area and made it very clear that what happens in all classrooms matters. Our vision for special education is outlined here, that our expectation is for all children receiving special education services and their families and caregivers to feel accepted and embraced and supported by that school and community. We want to make sure there's comprehensive supports and resources for growth and achievement, which we've outlined a bit already, that our students receiving those services meet or exceed educational outcomes to become college, career, and community ready, that we're sure that our services are fully funded to enable all students receiving services to be in their least restrictive environment, and finally, that focus on comprehensive training and professional development to effectively support students. And again, what happens in all classrooms does matter. Dr. Rogers spoke a bit about the historical challenges in special education, and we know that there have been years of continued needs around special education in our system. Our state indicator measures of growth and compliance reflected the need for improved systems and structures, expectations for service and support to both students and schools. Our systemic achievement concerns have been evident, needing expanded professional learning, increased collaboration across content areas for improved instructional outcomes, and for cross-divisional support in prioritizing improvements in special education. In the development of our strategic roadmap and through analysis of historic complaint data, we heard loud and clear from our families wanting to be part of that, a collaborative member of the IEP team process, ensuring that they felt that they had the information available to them in order to feel that they were able to actively participate and advocate for their students. And then finally, we've identified before that disproportionality in both identification for students receiving special education services and suspension of those students has been an area that was of challenge as well. Also, at that space of ensuring that students were accessing their least restrictive environment in a proportional way. So in order to address those challenges with the development of the strategic roadmap, we focused on 3 priority areas, and I'll get into those now. Our people, and then we'll talk through our services and our culture. So to start with people, we know that to best support our students, families, and partners, to improve outcomes for our students receiving services, we must focus on our people. 2 main points of focus that we have highlighted here, and we'll talk through, are professional learning and workload. I'm doing both things. Hold on. No. Okay. I mean, probably, but we'll get there. So focusing on workload, focus on related services here. So we know this has been an area of a lot of a direct intentional attention around analyzing and refining the workload standards for both related services and our special educators. Specifically with our related services, we sat here last year and talked about kind of that shift in service delivery that we needed to make sure that our students were having access to specifically our speech and language providers. We moved to a hybrid service delivery model in order to ensure that our youngest learners and students in our regional programs had access to both in-person and virtual, depending, and that there were in-person providers available across our schools. With that, we heard loud and clear from specifically our speech and language pathologists about their workload and their concerns with being able to maintain with regards to the services for students. We developed this speech, and we called the SLP work group last winter, and really heard from them, worked collaboratively on what were some really concrete strategies that we could put in place to address that workload. Some of those that came out of that was an ask for a target caseload. Something that Dr. Rogers prioritized was us being able to say that we would have a direct service caseload target of 60 to 65 students for our speech and language pathologists. We've been able to do that, and actually at a quarterly review of that, we've met with those SLPs who are around that targeted base, and are working to provide additional support to be able to continue to meet that target. Again, the other component here was around programmatic staffing that was really important. We heard that while we started our staffing based on, of course, we look at a variety of factors around workload, we also realized that that wasn't accounting for the student growth throughout the year. So looking at it from a programmatic standpoint, we were able to identify that we would assign staff based on the number of sections in certain spaces. So if I have a regional program with 3 classes, allocate based on the classroom rather than the number of students in order to allow for growth. So although I may start the year with 2 students in there, we wanted to make sure that that allocation would be reflected in order to have them have a potential for what would be that recommended classroom ratio later on in the school year. Again, some of the asks were around some opportunities for in-person and professional learning and differentiated professional learning for our related service providers. They shared that often the professional learning was focused on special educators or general educators, and they wanted the opportunities to come together and collaborate and be able to really focus on their expertise and area. And we were able to do that this year, which was great. So we just, actually November, had, we called it an Ed Camp style opportunity at the EDC for all related service providers to come together and be able to look at, again, differentiated professional learning that just targeted on them as providers. And then finally, another ask that we were able to work through with that work group was having a universal template and common assessment materials. We're able to expand our assessment materials for them. One of the challenges we had heard and have seen with regards to our virtual providers was that we had our in-person providers doing all of the assessments for our students, specifically for speech and language. And with the increase in the assessment tools and working on this, we've allowed, that's been an opportunity for that to be a shared workload appropriately, which has helped everyone with regards to again, workload and caseload, we've been able to support that. For special educators, this has been an area of focus for the last 3 years. I think it's in every point of everything we do with regards to initiatives, as we want to analyze and ensure that is it affecting workload or caseload for our special educators, and what is that impact? That is also an area of focus for MSDE, in that we know that retention and recruitment of special educators is very much related to that workload for special ed. So really focus on efficiency features for IEP development, any opportunity we have in making that IEP more efficient with regards to the amount of time that we know it takes to develop a really good comprehensive IEP. We are working on that. There are some features around those items that can be copied forward. So if it's demographic data or assessment data that hasn't changed, the availability to be able to copy portions of that IEP forward, which helps them with, they can make adjustments but have to enter it all in from scratch. Using our data systems for forward-facing data around that review of existing data, you might hear our student profile report that allows for our special educators to print a comprehensive report. This is also great for families to be able to receive, that speaks to the review of the existing data and supports with that conversation around eligibility. The expansion of the STAR assessment platform to support present levels and progress monitoring for special educators. There's 3 very targeted reports that special educators can use. It allows them, again, some ease of access with grade level diagnostic state standards mastery report and growth report for those present levels, as well as progress monitoring tools. And then finally, we really do value, I will say, I meet with the TABCOs, they call themselves SWAG, that meet monthly, and one of our main topics around special education is workload. So it's a great group to be able to just kind of run things through, hear from them, and I will say the context this year has been great, that they've been very complimentary of the professional learning that's been provided. We call it the copy forward features, the things that we're doing and being really deliberate about in order to address both special educator workload as well as for related services. There I go breaking it. Okay. This professional learning is an area that we have really highlighted and worked hard to develop for our special educators across the system. We realized that our special educators needed professional learning that was targeted to them. Their role is different. We need to address not only the general education components and the instructional components of their role, but also what it means to be a special educator. And with that, we rolled out this year the building of the special education toolkit. We use those system-wide professional development days that are required in order to focus on what would be 3 bucket areas, and then within that have provided differentiated opportunities for our special educators to be able to engage in professional learning. You'll see 3 examples here being that engage and apply, which is that deeper dive opportunity for them to spend a good amount of time engaging with the work in an in-person format and being able to really dive in and have some practice. Fast track would be a shorter version. That's short, again, synchronous, maybe virtual, allowing our special educators to maybe remain in their buildings, but still be able to dive into content in a different, more like fast-paced way. And then the quick takes would be a handout type version that would have links and things. We acknowledge that our special educators and others have, varying experiences, and they may not need that deep dive in the same way and maybe fine with that quick take. So just kind of acknowledging the learning profiles of our educators similar to our students. And we've had some really great feedback around this. Additionally, to highlight our work with new teacher support sessions, which Dr. Rogers referenced, the CCAC kind of comments, we had a parent say, I have noticed the new special educator, and I almost wish that her child had 2 special educators, that the more tenured special educator may have had some of the opportunities of the new one around some of the training, which was a nice point of feedback. This started for our new special educators in the summer with an additional week focused on compliance and the work of the special educator and case management prior to the regular new educator orientation. So for years, we've had the 1 week and we have tried really hard to fit it all in. But again, we acknowledge that our special educators need something different. So with that week and then having an ongoing series with our new special educators has really been able to support them where they are at that time around that need for, we heard from principals around they're overwhelmed either with case management or instruction, and it allows us to be able to kind of hit both areas. The other thing is in partnership with our Department of Employee Development is being able to work with our CTs and staff development teachers to ensure that they also are able and have the skills and the resources available to be able to help our special educators. Priority 2 being our services, knowing that we need to be, in order to expand those services, we need to look at our school support and then that ongoing continuous feedback for improvement. So to talk a little about the differentiated school support, we all know that every school is different. Our special educators are different, our students are different, our schools are different. And in order to, we know it's not a one size fits all. So this graphic really talks about that differentiated model that we use in order to support our schools with regards to special education. An area I'd like to highlight is really that cross-divisional support with the focus on coordination and collaboration with the Division of Schools. That's been a critical component for us. So our Department of Special Education and the Division of Schools executive director team, we meet monthly by zone with those groups, with my team and that executive director to look at student data, to talk specifically about school performance. We do walkthroughs together. We have targeted, if they're planning sessions, that level of collaboration allows for both improvement efforts and accountability, and it sees as a joint effort in those improvement efforts. Additionally, we know that special ed services span birth to 21, so we're deliberate in our work with that ongoing data analysis and response to student and planning at all levels. So you'll note here that it talks about in our birth to 3 group, our infants and toddlers in preschool, the need for and the focus on child outcome summary data. Again, focus looking at those data points and shifting at the site level in order to ensure that we're supporting students from birth up. To the other end of the trajectory, when you look at transition, really making sure that we're supporting our students with graduation requirements and child outcomes and post-secondary outcomes and that support as well. We've focused a lot. We know that our learners have shifted as they've entered our system, and a focus on kindergarten forward. We make sure that we know that our schools need support around our youngest learners coming in and have been able to develop professional learning as well as coaching, classroom support. We've built out our early childhood team that supported both pre-K and kindergarten in order to do that. Some other areas to highlight is that, again, we know that differentiated support is needed with our regional programs. So we have a team who's really focused on, especially in our elementary schools, our integrated service delivery model and our we call our SCLS program another one of the service delivery models. Again, allowing for that direct teacher coaching, planning with teachers, working with principals on what those classroom models look like, and ensuring that we are in there next to the folks in the classrooms in order to be able to support schools the way we need to. Here you see the various groups that we meet with actually monthly to really engage with our stakeholders around the work of special education. The great part of this in the variation of the different groups is they bring some other kind of lens to the table around the work, but also we're able to share what we're doing, have conversations about our data and initiatives, and not both receive feedback, but also sometimes provide clarity around the reasons and the rationale around what we're doing. So it really, I'll give some examples around the Special Education Stakeholder Advisory Group. This is a newer group that I've started meeting this year. We have our next meeting in January. And that we work with advocates, with parent focus groups, with some very other stakeholders who are able to share what's going on from their perspective. We're able to share around our parent advocacy work, actually, and our parent information, and then again, be able to provide clarity, but also take that feedback around things that could look a little bit different. I've talked about, and we talked about the CCAC already. Our LICC is for our youngest group. Ms. Paula Boykin, our Birth to 5 supervisor, is co-chairs the LICC, where it's an interagency collaboration for our youngest students, children in Baltimore County. Obviously, we've talked about TABCO with that. And then the principal work group. Dr. Rogers meets with principals every month. And out of that came this opportunity for principals to really want to be able to work together around enhancing our elementary services around special education. So that's a group that is also providing feedback and ideas and things related to that. And then finally, out of all of those things, we want to highlight that we also know that there's always room, and we look to other districts, we look to other states for things that are working well. MSDE has highlighted this special education playbook that's actually coming out of Louisiana, looking at 3 concrete things that they've had a great they've seen achievement shifts around special education, and it's an area that we are looking at with MSDE around just looking at concrete practices around achievement practices and things that are really tangible and easy for schools and districts to kind of put their hands on and then be able to kind of shift progress accordingly. Priority 3 is our culture, where we're going to talk about customer service and then family and community engagement. We know that that culture is an area that is of high focus. I will say that at the last CCAC meeting, there was some feedback given, and Dr. Rogers looked and said, what I hear about is culture, and that's something that we're going to talk about and focus on. I thought that was it was very well received from our parents sitting in the space. So customer service, we know, I've already kind of talked through that differentiated support model from a proactive lens, the things we do every day around special education to support our students. And
We also know that there is a need for a responsiveness, that request for support that comes through, and being able to provide that accordingly to our schools and our students. We are proud that we have an average response time about 1 day for that response rate to schools when those requests come through. And when you look at this data, this was in that first portion of the school year already. We've had over 2,500 supports provided to schools. Additionally, this data allows us to look at trends by level, allows us to focus on professional learning. Again, we review that support with, in those monthly meetings with our DOS colleagues in order to ensure that what we're doing is aligned to what the needs are and then shift accordingly. Some of the things that in-school supports that are, I'm going to say, somewhat responsive in nature would be, again, professional learning, planning sessions, teacher coaching, student-specific support. This is where the IEP team support would be captured, support with parent engagement, etc. And I want to pause here. This is a celebration slide for me, I want to say, is the work that's done with this family and community work. For the community and anyone else seeing here, our message is that there are multiple ways to stay connected with our family support services. This team has worked really hard under the leadership of Ms. Kenya Golden to focus on both from birth to 21, the opportunities for families to engage and have an understanding around special education, what those opportunities in our system, whether those are virtual resources through the bulletin board, we see the mailing list here, contacting us directly with a question or concern or following on Instagram. There's the opportunity on our homepage, a BCPS homepage, there's a tile at the bottom that you can click for special education and immediately fill out that request and you will get a call. We want folks to know that we are just that click away and that we want to be able to engage and provide you that information that you need. Some of the things to highlight on here, we have the family support newsletter that goes out to families that are interested and opt into that. We have support groups for families and caregivers, parent workshops and parent information sessions, advocacy linkage actually to various nonprofit groups that will work with the family to support both for in-home supports as well as school-based IEP team questions or concerns, etc. We have our Parent Resource Center with also virtual availability, partnerships with libraries, and various other community activities. And then our fairs, our special education fairs. We have a special ed fair that is once a year that is just sponsored by the Department of Special Education that's robust with, partners and folks being able to participate. But we also work with our community school facilitators to ensure that there's school-based fairs that are more school-specific and community-specific for our families to engage in. So we're going to move on to the accountability portion of that kind of bullet 2 of the presentation. Accountability measures in special education are critical to ensuring equity, compliance, and improved student outcomes. In addition to BCPS expectations for continuous improvement and accountability, it is also required by MSDE and the federal government. What you'll see here are kind of 3 mechanisms around for accountability of special education. Biannually, meaning every other year, there's comprehensive monitoring that occurs through MSDE. The next one of those will be in fall of 2027. We engaged in that comprehensive monitoring last fall, so 2027. Yeah, so 2 years ago. MSD sub-recipient fiscal monitoring also occurs, which will happen in spring of 2026, where we look at all of the spending and the funding of special education. Annually, MSDE does our state performance plan and annual performance report. So that's an annual review of our data where we and we'll talk about that in a minute. And then also annually are the MSDE and Maryland Department of Health, the interagency Medicaid monitoring team, which looks at our both services and Medicaid billing components. And then finally, our Office of Internal Audit, which there's a yearly risk analysis and work plan related to special education for the system. As referenced, federal law requires each state to monitor special education. These slides outlines here that monitoring includes how a state is accountable to infants, toddlers, and children and young adults with disabilities. families they serve. So again, not just school age, was birth to 21. MSDE, the state, then monitors how each local education agency, or for us, Baltimore County, implements IDEA and COMAR. So you have the federal requirement for the state to monitor. The state then determines how they're going to monitor the local jurisdictions. And then MSD has that monitoring system in place to examine how we, the LEA, are monitoring those indicators as part of the state performance plan. So when I was referencing that SPP and APR, that's the annual, that's what this is referencing. And then based on that performance data, we develop improvement plans for each indicator that may need improvement. There are two main buckets of work related to special education compliance, systemic improvement and school-based improvement. One of the things that Dr. Rogers was referencing earlier is that we have a monthly meeting with MSDE. We are committed as a system, and we actually are hearing that feedback from MSDE that they acknowledged our positive trajectory and that the district's improvement work is producing results consistent with state expectations. That was huge. That was a hooray day, I will say, of excitement, in that, we know there's a lot of work to be done, but we also are appreciative of being acknowledged that we know that we're continuing to make the growth and we're on the right path with regards to what we need to be doing. So again, there's systemic improvement strategies and school-based improvement strategies. Systemically, we are having forward-facing compliance processes that are in place to ensure that we are monitoring at every point in time. We've increased our DSE compliance oversight, working cross-divisionally with our Division of Schools around looking at that compliance data, actually weekly, and then reporting them monthly. There are action plans put in place as needed if we have a situation where we need to do that. And then there's targeted compliance to support to schools at any point in time, as well as from a systemic improvement strategy is just around that kind of like ongoing support to schools with IEP teams, IEP team trainings, et cetera, et cetera. School-based improvement. We have the special education management plan, which outlined the expectation is that every school has a special education management plan that outlines how special education is happening in that building, from enrollment to IEP development, to ensuring that how it's being monitored in the building, to around discipline, et cetera, that is the plan for that building of how they're then applying those expectations around compliance as a principal. Then the monthly at a glance document. So that was new this year that we added, is that it provides a monthly document for principals to be able to use for reference that gives call it the must-dos and may-dos, but most of them are must-dos, around ensuring that it is the expectation. That also was actually shared out by Dr. Rogers with principals to highlight that expectation for compliance and improvement in compliance in our system. That is shared out at the beginning of the year, and then it is also shared monthly in the newsletter that goes out to principals, so no one can miss it. There's designated time for IEP monitoring by IEP chairs. So monthly at our required IEP chair training, they do a sampling of IEPs from their school building that they can look for a targeted area. Then we're able to provide feedback, and then they in turn can provide support to their. And then finally, professional development for special education teams as needed from that school-based improvement strategy perspective. So that annual SPP and APR monitoring, which is our school state performance plan and annual state performance plan measures, were monitored for both progress towards targets and compliance, which is that 0 or 100%. So the two sides of that arrow that you see here. MSD has categories identified around improvement status. So the bottom tier is that you're meeting requirements, and there's needs assistance, needs intervention, and needs substantial intervention. We know, as indicated in that first slide, that we've been in that place of needs intervention for a good amount of time and somewhere in this trajectory of need. We are in our second year of needs intervention for our Part B, which is preschool and special education. We met requirements in 63 of the 87 sub-indicators and showed improvement in 11 of the 24 remaining areas. For our infants and toddlers program, they're actually in the needs assistance component, and they met requirements in 17 areas and then demonstrated improvement in 5 of the 8 indicator areas. This is an area where I'll say that ongoing meeting with the department, Maryland State Department of Ed around our data is really important. We meet monthly to look at this, how's it going, if there's something that allows us to make those just-in-time adjustments. Also, as a department, I had every office identify what their goals were aligned to these indicators. We meet as an instructional leadership team and a leadership team as a department and monthly look at those indicators in order to continue to focus on moving that data. The every other year monitoring is that comprehensive monitoring, that biannual. As noted in previous slides, we go through this comprehensive monitoring. The way it looks is that it's a review of a sample from Baltimore County. You see on that left column that it highlights that we look at various components. So they'll do an desk audit, they look at related services, the alternate framework for students working towards an alternate, not working towards a diploma. Restraint and seclusion data, our review of our policies and procedures, and then specific case reviews. The method really is that sample of students, and the expectation is that you're meeting at a 75% level or higher, or you then develop what would be an improvement plan accordingly. Those top findings that you see documented here are areas that we've already addressed, and I'll get that into the next slide. What I will say, and I'm proud of my team around this, is that before the report even comes out often, and this past year, is that we were already on top of those improvement strategies and professional learning, and we're addressing these things even before the report came out. So those the comprehensive monitoring corrections that I'm referencing here, you'll see that there was an updated IEP template to address that, creation of reports to assist chairs with monitoring receipt of required signatures, professional development around IFSP documentation, online service logs, professional developments across both for chairs and then special education staff on key audits. We've completed all of those, and we're in progress right now on those IEP team specific meetings that would need to go back and address student-specific needs that are identified within that audit. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mustafa.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So the slide that you see here in front of you, you've heard me talk about many times before. Part of our services to all students is the integrated tiered support model, and really looking at a tier 1, which is our universal support, our tier 2 that really looks at very specific and small group targeted supports, and then our intensive intervention that tends to leverage more individual supports. You also, during the presentation on special education, you talked about leveraging family engagement. We talked about how frequently we are progress monitoring, which requires us to be really steadfast in owning our data and walking through our data. Okay, I got to remember to do 2 things at one time. I'm working on it. For the purpose of tonight's presentation, I'm going to walk through how services are provided. I'm going to highlight the work of our pupil personnel workers, school counselors, school psychologists, and school social workers, really talking about the data that we pull from our student information systems, but also from our student planning systems. So this slide outlines the exceptional work of student support services, and I'm really proud to say that on our team, we are working constantly in collaboration with the Department of Schools, with the Department of Special Education. Student support services doesn't just live in one isolated area. It intersects every single student and is provided across the instructional environment. So when we take a look at this, I want to highlight some things that you see here that are intricacies in the professional role of the providers that are identified there. School counselors, they spend a wealth of their time at Tier 1 with prevention and promotion. This is really leveraging the expertise of our school counselors through lessons, through credit checking, through having direct conversations with our students about the college career and community readiness. Our school social workers, they engage in supporting students also across the school environment and have intricate expertise around addressing mental health needs, consultation, crisis intervention as well. And making sure to bridge the need for resources and supports, especially around mental health, with our families. And that can look like a variety of things, including consultation with psychiatrists, meeting with family engagement, talking with Maryland Coalition for Families. There are many ways in which we see this occur. Our school psychologists also are intricate to our processes, providing support through the assessment and identification process, also supporting the establishment of FBA and BIPs, and of course their advocacy for services aligned to IDEA. Our PPWs, well, they're here for it. And I'm sure you've heard that term before when we think about our attendance campaigns. So our PPWs are spending a lot of their time really focused on special enrollments. While they do work at Tier 1 at schools, really supporting the schools and advancing the attendance campaigns, some of the great things, I'm sure if I was out today and I heard about the Santa versus Grinch activity as an award where kids got to engage and vote who they wanted to see at their school. And so it was one way for the kiddos who were able to attend and meet the threshold for attendance. But they are really spending a lot of time helping schools to lift that and then mitigating and really working with families to bridge the gap to get students into schools. These are all combined efforts. Again, I want to stress, none of this sits in isolation. It is all to the greater support of students across the tiered systems of support. Our next slide. So this slide stands steadfast with our commitment to continuing to expand services. You heard Dr. Rogers as well as Ms. Myers speak to the fact that while we have continued to see the increased needs for our students, and really trying to plan and make sure that the resources are accessible for our students. So the graph on the left really speaks to, the blue on the left speaks to 2019. The various service providers that you can see across the bottom. Then the line in orange speaks to 2025 and the areas of growth that we've tried tirelessly to make happen to support our students and their increased needs across the system. The chart to our right, so let's talk about that for just a second. What you will see is the different categories. You heard Ms. Myers speak to the work around SLPs. There's OTs, PTs, counselors, PPWs, psychologists, and social workers. The top layer, you will see what the actual FTE, so the full-time equivalency, is within our schools. The second line looks at that opportunity that Ms. Myers spoke about of contractual services and how we do provide services to our students, expanding access and continuing to grow access. We also have a level of vacancies that we are seeing across supportive services in meeting the students' needs. But what you will see in the last row is that we, in some areas, have hybrid models. So when you look at SLPs, you're looking at school psychologists. What we have looked at is, yes, there are opportunities for in-person, but there's also opportunities for virtual providers to meet the needs of our students. And in many of these areas that you see here, these are in areas where we've seen nationally a trend in a need for additional providers in those areas. And we know that also impacts Baltimore County Public Schools. So while I would like to say I could read those little tiny things up there, I cannot. So I am going to reference and look down for a minute. This slide speaks to the services that were provided during the 24-25 school year. And what you will see across the continuum for our counselors, our social workers, our psychologists, and yes, our PPWs, they were engaged in SSTs, IEPs throughout the course of the year. And then the other part of that we took a look at when we just wanted to share this information with you was we looked at encounter data. So that's data, you heard Ms. Myers talk about an interagency audit with Medicaid and then third-party billing. These are encounters that come in that record the service provision of the providers that you see listed here. So when we look at this, I'm very proud of the team to say that 77% of our school counselors are engaged in direct services, meaning they are having an interface opportunity with a student to provide that level of support, to grow their skills, to grow their capacity to access the instructional environment. What could that look like? That could look like classroom counseling lessons. That could look like a one-to-one conversation or a parent conversation. That could look like a credit check and spending time looking at what the student needs or what the student may need to recover and plan for that college career and community readiness. We also indicated in there 23%, we talked about indirect services. And those are services that really are components of facilitation, organization, and coordination of the services being provided. So I want to make sure that we have that perspective. And yes, we had our school counselors engaged in 2,234 threat assessments aligned to the 355 staff members. Social workers also, and I'm not going to repeat engaging in the teaming process, but when we looked at their encounter documentation, which is consistent with providing psychotherapy and therapeutic services to our students, 57% of their services are that direct face-to-face service. That can look like some level of therapy that's provided via group or individual services. And you may ask me, what's the difference between therapy and counseling? Many times people equate them to be the same. They're not the same. In fact, therapy is something you do because you've met some level of diagnostic criteria. So I just want to make sure that we differentiate those pieces because that's a question I get all the time. In addition, we had 43% was that indirect. Again, I want to leverage the fact that we spend a lot of time organizing, coordinating, collaborating with external but also internal providers, because the whole goal is access to the instructional environment. And that includes our partnership with school safety, our special educators, pretty much everyone that interfaces with the student throughout the day. Our school psychologists as well are part of this great process, and 82% of their efforts when we took a look, especially in the realm of IEP and student support teaming, 82% of their efforts also were in direct services, really aligned to that evaluation process and the coordination, collaboration, consultation, again, with many of the partners to bring about how do we make recommendations so that students can access, how do we support them in developing goals, BIPs, behavior intervention plans, studying the behavior at 18%. And also there was the element of threat assessments as well at 159. Our PPWs, kudos to them because they are the ones that are really spending a lot of time around special enrollments and really leaning into that. Last year alone, this mighty group, I will say, engaged in considering around 3,000 special enrollments and weeding through who can go to which school and supporting schools in helping parents but also schools to navigate that. And that requires a lot of coordination as well with the schoolhouse, with the community, transportation, and of course, our Department of Schools at all times. Oh, I did forget one piece that I think is critically important, and that is you all have heard me talk about the continued expansion of mental health services. So one thing I want to highlight here is when we look at up in the far right corner, the orange box in the corner, when we look at that continued expansion, we continue to have continued to expand and change to meet the needs of our students. We have 18 community mental health partners that have agreements with our schools to provide services. At this juncture, they are serving 86% of our schools. So that means every single 86% of our schools has a partner that's providing services in the schools and can extend outside of the schools in partnership. You've also heard the discussion around Blueprint and celebrating the fact that we have consortium dollars that also fund mental health services across Baltimore County. Right now, that is impacting 127 of our schools at 72%. And we're very excited because we're on the cusp. The recent request for application through the Maryland Consortium Commission was just released. So we will be looking at funding pathways for 2027 as well. Right. Next slide. So what I want to highlight here is some more support for students does not stop when school ends. We continue to have opportunities to support our students in accessing the instructional environment, but also thinking about what's next. So as you look, we've continued throughout this presentation to look at at the providers, highlighting the fact that our school counselors were very visible last summer in supporting our students. Our department chairs were doing credit checks, which I'm very proud of because that resulted in a wealth of credit recovery for this fall for our students who needed to consider that. We had schedule changes. We also had students who received 667 direct counseling sessions during the summer months last summer. Our counselors during last summer, department chairs received 23 EYE days, and they also get a responsibility factor depending on the size of their department at the secondary level. Our school social workers, again, the support during last summer was for extended year services in alignment with the IEPs. So looking at that, they were able to provide 461 direct psychotherapy sessions, and then responsive to IEP teams, 43 of those and 4 SSTs. And our school social workers are 10 months. And then our school psychologists, they also engaged in providing services, extended school year services. They had a heavy lift last summer. I can definitely speak to that. They engaged in 116 assessments for 510 teams. And we knew going into that period of time and in working closely with the Department of Special Ed and Birth to 5, that we would have close to 240 teams that were in the early childhood realm. And then we had 270 teams that were school-based, which is roughly 1.5 teams per school over the summer months. And our school psychologists also participated in 7 SST teams last summer. Our school psychologists, to be able to provide these supports, the comprehensive school psychologists received 10 EYE days for last summer, and then our birth to child had expanded days to 23 to make sure to be able to support the service provision and teaming that was needed. And of those days, 59% of those days were used out of 1,038 days across last summer to provide services. And our pupil personnel workers, I have to celebrate them because in the summer, they're really focused on attendance and getting our students enrolled to be ready for the school year ahead. So they're spending a lot of time not only focused on our students who are attending in the summer months, but then they're also talking with folks about what's ahead for registration and enrollment as well, and working intricately with attendance teams to be ready to kick off the school year. And with that, I'm going to conclude and turn it over to Dr. Rogers or any questions.
Yes, Ms. Lichter, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I know that was quite long, but I think the length kind of reinforced the complexity, especially with the Department of Special Ed, about what really, the vastness and the responsibilities that go with it. So thank you for all that detail that you provided us. Questions or comments from the board? Ms. Dulesky?
Thank you. Thank you both for your presentation. My first question is, can you talk about how you use workload and caseload? I know you talked about your goal of a cap for caseload was 60 to 65. What percent of educators are above that cap? And then how do you balance workload and caseload to achieve that cap? And are there any other things that you consider in terms of determining the best caseload for teachers?
So that the workload the caseload discussion of the 60-65 target is actually for speech and language pathologists specifically. So that we typically for speech pathologists and really our related service providers, we look at the various components of direct service assessment, planning time. Actually, we take into account all of like the duty day pieces to it, consultative services as well as direct services. So it's not just a student-based ratio, which we do look at for our special education. But it's a really looking at the various components that impact workload for our SLPs. However, we did an added component of looking at the caseload because we heard that just looking at the workload in particular for our SLPs was not sufficient, and then being able to feel that what they were doing was sustainable. So that's really where Dr. Rogers was able to say, you know what, we looked nationally with what was happening with regards to standards, had conversations with other jurisdictions, and we're able to say that it's a target of 60 to 65 for direct. We have, I do actually have a list. I think we have about we have 8 schools right now where we are recommending an additional 0.2 support for them, which is an additional kind of approximates like a day a week by a virtual provider to be able to support that reduction in that workload caseload for that SLP, and we're working with them to support in some various ways while we're hiring for that.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
What percent are still above the 60 to 65? Is it just the 8?
If it's only 8 schools, that would be eight humans that would need above that. Other than that, as far as the target of the 60 to 65 direct, everyone else should be able to should be met with that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
One more follow-up question. In terms of the virtual providers, what is the feedback you're getting from parents, students, in terms of how successful the virtual?
For speech in particular?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so virtual service provision, I do want to say, and we've talked about this in the past a bit, is that it's something that's not new for us, right? So it was actually around before COVID as a research-based practice, evidence-based practice, but also I like to talk about virtual services. I actually saw that as a principal at White Oak. Some of our most complex learners around speech needs really did a fantastic job and were able to access that. The key component being, I will say, the support of the other human that's present as they're accessing the virtual service. So during COVID, right, that was mom or dad or care provider at home, and we would make sure that they had manipulation in order to access. Now we have that additional adult that is trained as the facilitator by our central office team to ensure that, again, that human is next to the student in order to access that virtual service provision that's online. So this is not just the student that's sitting there staring at a screen with the provider there, but there is an additional adult human, whoever that may, there's an actual assigned, but sometimes it might be an administrator, sometimes another person that's able to support in that way. And again, that person is also there to be able to help with kind of the materials and things to make sure that those services are appropriately accessed with appropriate materials, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My questions are sort of related to Ms. Telesky's. Regarding the target of 60 to 65 for the direct service caseload target. Is there a universal recommended number for that target, or how do we come up with that number? Is it something universal that's what's best for students, or is that something that we came up?
Yeah, so we did conduct with our national group, and we have conversations with ASHA, is that Association of Speech and Hearing Agency, I think I always miss the name. Thank you for that. And we talk about that direct service, and there is a standard. I'm pretty sure that that's related to the 60. I would need to check and make sure of that, but that's where that number came from, was in consultation.
Okay, and secondly, when you talked about the access that we have to both virtual and in-person SLPs, does that mean each student has access to both, or each school has access to both, or is it just system-wide?
Yeah, thank
some,
you.
different students might get different access.
Yeah, thank you for that clarifying question. I realize I kind of said that strangely earlier. So almost all of our elementary schools have both providers in their building. We use that hybrid model in order to be able to allow for direct service across. Students may have both, but most have one or the other, depending. And we have that in order to, again, ensure that students that really need that, if they need that in-person service provision for whatever reason, that they have that, but also that they have a provider. So both may be available with a hybrid, but most of them would have one provider or the other.
But our schools have access to both, so that it's equitable as far as student access.
Yep, that's exactly, target word there. That's exactly what we did, was to ensure that it was equitably provided across the system. For a long time, we talked about that there were schools that had an in-person provider, a full-time in-person, and we had schools that didn't have an SLP that had a full vacancy for periods of time. We said, this is not best practice. We need to be able to spread that accordingly, and that's what we've done.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thanks for your question.
Ms. Pumphrey, if I may add to that question specifically, that was feedback that came from our elementary school principals about 2 years ago. And so we brought together a work group, and there were speech language pathologists, if I'm correct, who sat on the work group and made recommendations for a better way to distribute and assign that is more equitable. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frempong.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, ladies. That was a lot with 28 slides. I'm going to go through. So for slide 9, again, with the 60 to 65 for the direct service caseload, if changes have to be made, how are changes made? For example, if there's like a decrease in staff or an increase in students, how are those changes made? And then what's the time frame that those changes are made?
Yeah, so thanks for your question. So we do monitor that. We have committed to monitoring about quarterly, we're able to look at, again, the direct service students are for SLPs in particular. We also hear from our providers. So we, our 2 supervisors that support this work have a pretty good handle on and communication with providers around. We know the other part of it is that it's not just the 60 to 65, but there is that workload component. So there are times, based on the services, they may have less than that because of the fact that there's multiple components. And then we adjust accordingly. We do have a team leader who's able to support. We also have some itinerant providers who are able to support with assessments or IEP team in order to provide some kind of flexibility and so that the provider could focus on services. And then we work with our contracted agency to hire additional providers. When I referenced that we had the 8 schools right now that are eligible, we're in the process of onboarding and working with that contracted agency to be able to add that. So I would love to say that we just have folks ready to come on. We continue that hiring process. I will say that I'm very excited about the fact that we've had new hires to BCPS as SLPs this school year. We actually have 2 coming on board, one in January and one in February, which has not been standard over the last few years. So not only are we getting contractors in place, but we are filling in-person providers who want to come work for Baltimore County Public Schools, which is huge. And the 2 that we had a recent retirement, and we also had someone who left because her husband was transferred to California. But again, we're not seeing a mass, kind of folks wanting to leave. If anything, we're hiring, which is great for us.
Thank you. That's great news. And then for slide 16, I'm very excited about all the different resources that are available for our families and community. How is this information shared or spread so that parents, loved ones in the community can actually take advantage of all these resources?
Yeah, so it's shared in a variety of ways, and we continue to really try to highlight the variety of ways that it is shared. It's on websites, it's on social media, it's shared through the dashboard that we've asked that link to that to be on every IEP chair's email signature. We work with our community school facilitators. We have newsletters. We have our CCAC webpage. We use our communications team to put out communication. You name it, we are open as far as with communication. And then just, again, continuously wanting to say to families that if you're feeling that you need something that you don't have, is just go right to the webpage, and special education is right, that little bar at the bottom. So there, we will then link you to whatever that thing is.
Thank you. And then on slide 20, where it talks about our indicators, for part B, we've met 63 of the 87. So what is the work, and congratulations on that, but what is the work that we're doing for the other 24 sub-indicators in part B that have not been met?
Yeah, so there's improvement plans. Thank you for that question. There are improvement plans for every indicator associated. That's the work that we've talked about with both targeted action plans that are both with MSDE as far as the work that we're doing. They're also individual with regards to each office has targeted those indicators to ensure that we're continuing to make growth and progress. So there's actually 14 full indicators, and then there's those sub-indicators. So then we work continuously towards that's our professional learning that we've talked about. That's the collaboration with schools, the cross-divisional collaboration, the accountability metrics, all of the things that are referenced throughout the presentation. The goal is that those will continue to have that impact on improving those metrics that are referenced.
Thank you. And next question is, oh goodness, I didn't write this slide. There was a graph, it's after slide 20, and there was a comparison between 2019 and 2025. I was just curious as to, 2019 is like 6 years ago. So I was just curious as to, with the graph, using 2019 instead of like a 2023 or 2024 to compare to 2025 so that we could see more recent trends.
Slide 26.
They don't have any answers to that.
I would just say that we're highlighting the increased positions across that trajectory based on position that you'll see there. So nothing went below where we were, and that we've continued, and that you can just see where we are now as far as with the increase of positions.
Okay, Ms. Frimpong?
I'm sorry, I'm typing, and so I turned the mic off so you guys don't hear the click, click. Okay, for slide 27, with the upper right corner, and it talks about 152 schools and 127. Do we have an overlap then of mental health services to our students? So some maybe have double, because we have 152 and 127, or there's still schools that do not have access to the mental health services at the schools?
At this time, we have schools that may have more than one provider, keeping in mind that consortium funding is for our uninsured and underinsured services, whereas many of our community mental health partners bill medical assistance or they take private insurance, which is a very small percentage of the providers. So to differentiate how that looks, if you are in a school that has varying needs, the consortium funding could be utilized to access services that there may not be insurance, or there may be sliding scale fees. So that could go towards supporting a student who needs that level of service and intervention. Also, I want to make clear that the consortium funds does a lot of bridging into the community and providing those wraparound services. So they are distinctly different, but they can be in more. There can be more than one provider in school buildings. Yes.
And are those providers in person or virtual, or both?
Most are in person. We do have some online access, but that's really around modules for skill development and learning. But many of the providers are in person at the schoolhouse.
Thank you. And lastly, from slide 28 with the school psychologist, You were saying there's roughly about 1.5 teens per school for the school psychologist. Does that number increase or decrease with that recent change that we had to the school psychologist from 12 months to 10 months?
So what you're seeing in that description is really dictated by the needs of what students need as far as teaming goes. That's not really dictated by the staff. It's really dictated and identified by students where there's an initiated need for an IEP team.
Thank you. And last question, I appreciate your patience, ladies, is those school psychologists, do those teams include virtual psychologists?
So over the summer months, those were individuals who provided services via their EYE, or schools had identified the need for support. Over the summer, they were not. We do have virtual psychologists. Now we have 7 who are providing levels of support at schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Domanowski?
Yes, I just have quick questions. You guys really did a great job preemptively answering a lot of the questions I already had. One question I had was about the virtual services. Is there ever a time when there's more than one student receiving virtual services of different kinds in the same room with a facilitator? Jim's like, if say they're at, you know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah. I don't think so. That wouldn't, no. I would, no. Those, so like you're having access to a psychologist and then an SLP, like that. No, that wouldn't, no, we wouldn't do that.
We shouldn't, okay. And then lastly, going back to the audits, I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this, but with the sample size, who decides the sample? Like who picks the sample? Is it randomly selected? Do we randomly select it? Yeah. Do the MSDE randomly select it? Okay.
Yeah, so MSDE selects that sample size. We get a random list of students, and then we need to be able to provide those records accordingly. Yep. And that's across for all of the various audits that are referenced. That's how that works.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As a point of clarification, if I can add, not only does MSDE identify the sample size, they also select the sample. So they have access to every single student in the state and all 24 districts who have an IEP, and they identify the IEPs that they want to see.
Thank you. Ms. Henn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. It's truly outstanding and a lot of information. I know I'm going to be going back through it and just reflecting on all of the information that's been shared. So thank you very much. My questions, and I have 3 brief ones, are focused on the accountability measures and monitoring. Mm-hmm. And we've touched on a few of these areas already with my colleagues' questions. But my first has to do with, do we have a course of corrective action for issues that come up on a day-to-day basis, either at the system level or at the school level or both? In other words, when an issue comes to us, is that addressed proactively in terms of looking at the root cause of that? And I know we have monitoring and formal processes, right? And MSDE looks at a sample, and internal audit looks at things. But what is the corrective action plan? And do we look at the root cause outside of those formal monitoring processes?
Yes, I'll go ahead and get started. One of the areas that we focused on specifically was compliance. So to your point, there are things that we receive from the state. One of the things that MSDE does is they send me a copy of every complaint and concern that they receive, and after reviewing each one of them individually, I started to notice some trends and patterns and took the opportunity in my monthly meeting with principals to share with them what the trends and patterns were, things that were simple fixes, and clearly shared what our expectations were, provided the supports the reminders, the documents, so that all of our schools were on the same page in terms of a reset that was needed in Baltimore County Public Schools around compliance. And so that's what we did at the system level. Those documents coming from the state, as I said, I receive every single one of them. They're few and far between. Now, at the beginning of every year, I provide an update to the principals and share them for their continued focus in this area. And when we receive individual complaints, they are sent to the Department of Schools in collaboration with the Department of Special Education. Both Dr. Jones as well as the executive directors reach out directly to schools, and they have regular standing meetings where special education and Department of Schools, as well as CNI, other offices come together, birth through 5, et cetera, and they're looking at data, they're looking at trends. I think it was slide number 19 where Ms. Myers went through what is done differently for systemic improvement strategies versus what they do at the school level. So as soon as patterns and trends are identified, that is addressed by special education as well as the Department of Schools. That is our expectation.
Thank you,
Ms.
Dr.
Myers,
Rogers.
if you want to add.
I think you covered it. I think the aspect that I would, a little bit of an add is just that's where the professional learning comes into play that we're really talking about, is that's proactive with regards to professional learning, and then you're able to reflect on that as far they've already had it. So then we can go back to those documents. The other area that I don't know that I said is that we've really focused on being able to have at hand those resources and materials that principals need for their reflection around compliance. We have the e-handbook that is up to date and updated regularly, that has the most recent guidance from the state as well as the implementation of that. So those are easy go-to things in order to stay in compliance, but if there's an issue that surfaces, we immediately go back to that, remind them where those things are, and ensure that they're ease of access documents that are easy to read and able to be able to implement it.
Thank you. What I'm thinking of, and thank you, that's very helpful, and you're answering questions that I didn't know I had that I have, so I appreciate that. What I'm also asking about are the one-offs that would hopefully be resolved at the school level without needing to be escalated to the state or to come to the system. And is there a resolution process or issue resolution process that is shared by the school with families receiving services for their students that I'm sorry, I heard someone else speaking.
They were sneezing, it's okay.
Oh, bless you. that could resolve that issue without needing to escalate it? And is that a process that is communicated to families and that principals receive professional development on?
Yeah, so what you're actually referencing is the procedural safeguards that are part of IDEA. So at every team, families receive a copy of their procedural safeguards, or at least annually. And then if there's any question or consideration, those are then provided again. So there is a resolution process that's mandated, both that is through MSDE, and our system also works through that resolution process. So that's really why we want to build out that family engagement, that community, that's our parent team, that if there's any question that they feel that maybe they can't get resolved at the school level, that they're able to reach out to our parent team, who can then help to kind of navigate and alleviate some of those concerns. What you're speaking to, there's legal obligations that we have around the resolution process, which we have. In addition to that is just what I would say would be best practice around wanting to ensure families have access to those resources and supports for them to get a response from a school to be able to work through their questions so they feel like they don't need to escalate. However, it is a parent's right to do so. So if there is a disagreement, there is a process to do that, and they are able to do that. That is their absolute right, and they are provided those rights accordingly.
Great, and I'm aware of our legal requirements to do so. However, if we can go beyond that to work towards avoiding that breakdown and go one step further and making sure that we maintain that connection with our families, because oftentimes that conflict, that escalation can be avoided with simple conversations. And like I tell my constituents, resolve it with the school, have a conversation. You know, you can resolve most issues by working with your teachers, with your school administrators. And, you know, oftentimes our procedures are out of reach or aren't accessible to families. If they're written in legalese, if they're, you know, hard to understand or hard to grasp or not, sometimes we build conflict into processes and it's unintentional, but the more we can work to maintain that relationship and that engagement, I think the fewer conflicts, the fewer escalations we will see. So even if we take that one step further, but you answered my question there. My next question has to do with the monitoring and the reports that are generated out of that monitoring. Is there a centralized repository where stakeholders can locate that information? There's a lot of work happening and a lot of accountability measures, which is fantastic. What I'm wondering about is the transparency of that data. Is there a one-stop shop or a place that individuals can be directed to say, look, here's what's going on. I mean, this presentation is fantastic and I plan to share it with those who ask, but is there a dashboard? Is there, you know, do we have plans to share this on the special education page on our website? Because this is good stuff, and I think our stakeholders would be very interested in having this information.
So the SPP and APR report is on the MSD website, actually. So that is public facing as far as how school systems are performing, and that's the yearly metric that is there. As far as this information and presentation, I would say that that's, you know, publicly facing with regards to it being in board docs, and that's always available. Our strategic roadmap is also available on the website, which has driven all of this work accordingly, and that's also there. So yes, it is public information as far as how we're performing with regards to that annual yearly progress. Also, that complaint data that Dr. Rogers was referencing without student-specific information is also part of as MSD dashboards accordingly.
Are our school plans also available?
The special education management plan is not something that is forward-facing at the moment. There's always answers that could be provided about it, but it's not presented in that way. Those are really, you know, specific, like who in the building comes to register would be the person that would connect, who sends out the document to whoever at home, who's the person that's accountable for walking through the classroom to ensure the IEP is being. Those are very school-specific things, but as far as the expectation for a management plan, that's written into our the special education roadmap. It references that's in this, and kind of some various other. There are various other places that it lives, but as far as forward-facing of that special ed management plan per se, that wouldn't. I don't know that it would bring value to folks to be able to see those specific names associated.
Even to those school families that. I would just look at that through the lens of a school family and if there's anything in there that would bring value to them, because again, there's good information here, and oftentimes going back to the conflicts that often result, I think at the root of that is a lack of information. I hear from families that don't have that information that could benefit from that. And the more we can engage with our families and share this information with them, I think it can smooth that over and result in better experiences for our students. So if that's a possibility, and I hear you mentioned that all of these things are in different places, again, if the more information we can put out and make easily accessible to our families, because again, a lot of work is happening. This is fantastic, and we need to share this widely and let families know of what really is happening, because I think there's frustration around when things go wrong, and I want to get the good news out there, that there's a lot of work happening in the good news within the system as well. So, but again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I had.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Myers, for your leadership and for the work of your team. I can see the enthusiasm you have for education through the way you present. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do not believe that this is a either or proposition. I'd like to look at slide 7, the historical challenges in special education. I think that we can do both. We can celebrate incremental, steady change and also maintain an expectation for accountability in meeting our ultimate goal. And so my question, I have 2 questions. One is about ensuring parents and caregivers are collaborative members of the IEP process. So we know that there can be an inherent power differential in an IEP meeting. Parents are sitting sometimes in front of 3, 4, 5 school personnel. There's a lot of jargon and acronyms that are thrown about. The meeting can feel rushed because there's a schedule to be kept. How are you all ensuring or working towards making IEP meetings more meaningful for parents so that they can understand what really is happening with their children, with their students, and so that they feel empowered to disagree, to ask for resources that may not be listed, and to advocate on behalf of their children?
So a couple of things. One is that at every IEP chair training, we do a parent engagement, parent information session for our chairs around the importance of engaging with our families, being able to look at strategies of listening, connecting with families, trying to hear. Someone indicated a root cause. What are our parents looking for that, they may say it in a different way. Really the importance of not using the jargon, right? Understand that. I will say to you personally, I have a child who has a 504 plan and we live in another state, but I don't feel comfortable at that table, right? And this is my world. So I can totally relate to the idea. I sit there and think, I don't know what to ask. So I have empathy for that and really hold that in a high level of expectation for my team and as well as with IEP teams. That's a session I actually presented at to chairs. I've done it twice this year. I walked in on another one that I wasn't, I wanted to say it a bit differently, a little bit more directly, so I did it myself around that expectation for how we're engaging with families and ensuring that that is our highest expectation. We also have had parent panels and other panels of folks that do this work. So Parents Place of Maryland, for example, and others that have come and been able to talk about the work of importance of engaging our families and providing those resources. So that's from the professional learning and expectation side. The other side I will say is that is the work of this team with regards to providing parent training sessions. Really want to be able to focus on, that team has gone through their sessions on understanding the IEP team process. There are recorded versions of that available. There's also live ones. And then we just want to continue like public service around that idea that Kenya's team will sit with the family and talk through that entire process for them to be able to prepare for that team meeting. That's a service we are happy to do and do pretty regularly. Again, it's that wanting to promote and make sure it's accessible and understood that this team is there and available, and that is the work. We're there. We want to do it. We're providing it in a bunch of different formats related to that, and then also just that it comes down to that culture part that we talk about, right? Is that wanting to value our families at that table and understand that folks show up in whatever way, and we're advocating for our kiddos, and that's what's important.
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts to follow up. One is how we prepare, as you were talking about, our families for attending an IEP meeting beyond providing them with the IEP in advance, whether it's directing their attention to specific areas, whether it's helping them understand the growth and process that's occurred in plain language, as opposed to saying they're at a 3.6 and now they're at a 3.8 and who knows what that means for my child. Also, thinking about how we can leverage community schools in that parent preparation process and understanding the IEP. Those are just a couple of thoughts that I had. Also, my second question really is about the disproportionality in identification and suspension of students with disabilities. Can you provide a little bit more information on what that is speaking to, and what is the work you're doing to address that historical challenge?
Yes, thank you for that question. Disproportionality, there's a variety of areas that are looked at. It's identification for special education services, placement when we talk about the least restrictive environment, or discipline with regards to how students are disciplined, and that are they being disciplined at a disproportionate level than their peers or students who are not disabled, identified as having a disability. So within that, within Baltimore County, a system is required if you are identified as disproportionate in one of these areas. You are required to use 15% of your funds to address those disproportionate areas. That was under the work of our CCIS, or Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Supports and Services. So within our system, we have used that to build out various components of infrastructure to address those areas. Actually, that is work that Trish and I do together. So one component is that we've built out our 504 and SST team. So we actually, that funds the supervisor and the specialist and her team around supporting the SST process. So ensuring that students are appropriately identified for special education services, but again, not overly identified. We also have built out what we call comprehensive support teams. So these are teams that are able to go in and embed in schools in order to help on multi-tiered systems, and being able to build out those structures that are good for all students, whether that is climate and culture, whether that's academic needs, and really being able to build that out proactively to be able to, again, address those areas. So you're gonna hit all three. We also have used those funds in order to address early childhood. So we know that that is an area that we need to, our kids are coming in very differently than they did years ago. And have allowed us to have not only our director, but 5 specialists whose focus is on pre-K and kindergarten, building out supports, coaching teachers, providing professional learning accordingly. So that's where that work is. We also have a specialist who just focuses on a kind of analysis and working with schools specifically who are showing trends of disproportionality, maybe around suspension, and then a resource teacher as well. The other work of that group is looking at students as they're entering Baltimore County and what their eligibility is, and ensuring that specifically for our students identified as an intellectual disability, there are times where we have to be very clear on on those pieces of data necessary to make very informed, appropriate decisions for kiddos, and that is not disproportionately identifying our Black African American students as having an intellectual disability, which is an area that we have been disproportionate. So that team looks specifically at students coming into the system, maybe from another system, as well as any number of those eligibility determinations to ensure that we are taking into account all components to ensure appropriate identification.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Mr. Manowski?
Sorry, just one quick follow-up as you brought that up. Have you noticed any trending upwards as we've gotten to the least, the most inclusive classrooms, where we're trying to get kids from that exclusion, the exclusion classroom into the more inclusive classroom with the special education students? Do you see the level of suspensions and behavior issues in the classroom more than you did before?
I think I'm not going to say it, I think our student needs are complex, right? So across the system over the last, I would say COVID and really, we just see different dynamics, and our students have different needs that we address in multiple ways. Ms. Mustafa talked about that comprehensive support with mental health services that we know. We work collectively and collaboratively to ensure that all of our classrooms are supported around that we work our multi-tiered systems around climate and behavior strategies that are, what is your tier 1, what is everyone getting, and then what are some other, kind of variations. I wouldn't attribute LRE to that, which is what you're referencing around least restrictive environment. That is really student specific, and I don't know that I would correlate the two to being that there's more discipline needs, but we just want to make sure that we are appropriately addressing the needs of every student in whatever their environment is.
No, I just we were talking about before that you've noticed that the disciplinary needs for special education students is on the rise, or they're more frequently. Have you noticed that with that least restrictive environment, they've been going up, or if they've been going down?
So our disproportionality suspension actually went down. We were not disproportionate for this year. So I would say no in that sense. It is an area with CCIS funds, you are able to do two things. One is address it if you are disproportionate. The other is build out the systems and structures to prevent it. So we hit it from both angles. So while we were disproportionate for years around suspension, we made improvements and weren't. We also know that we could easily end up there due to various factors. So that's where we then build in kind of that proactive, again, the infrastructure, the professional learning, et cetera, to address that. So we were not disproportionate in discipline.
Thank you.
Mr. McMillian?
Real quickly, on slide 28 in the yellow rectangle with school psychologists, it says there was 138 EYE days allocated.
There was 1,038 EYE days. 10 of the days, each comprehensive school psychologist received 10, and then our birth to 5 school psychologists received 23.
Okay, and it shows 422 days unused.
They were unused, yes.
Which means they were offered to the psychologist and they weren't interested in working those days?
They were provided and they did not use them, or they were not allocated, or they weren't utilized in that allocation. I misspoke. Yes. So
And
those
that's
weren't used.
after they're 10 months now, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just confused. They're cut back to 10 months, and then they had the opportunity to use these EYE days, and they didn't do it?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I was going to ask that question. So services that were needed for kids during the summer, we had the school psychologist available through their EYE days. Okay.
And keep in mind that EYE days are at the choosing of the staff member to use those.
Right.
So they do make that choice in using them and when they use them. But also keep in mind the array of services that were provided across schools, specifically for our students in extended school year, for students with IEPs. But then also we had department chairs for counselors, as far as counseling department chairs also available during that time. So yes, we had an array of services, and our community mental health partners in many schools continue to provide services throughout the course of the summer.
So if students needed servicing during the summer, we did have school psychologists that would have been available with the EYE days.
Yes, and we had other providers that were also accessible to provide those services.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for that. And then I just, I think we've got all the questions. I just want to thank you for sharing Dr. Morrison's quote. I mean, it was on one slide, on slide 19, but it's huge. After so many years of us being needing improvement, according to MSDE, for them to come out and say that we are on a positive trajectory is huge. So thank you, for all the work that you're doing. Special ed is always going to be challenging. It's always going to be complex. Even when we think we have it right, it's still going to have special needs because of the nature of the students that we're serving. So thank you for everything that you're doing to put it together to ensure that systems and structures are placed so any child that enters our system can find the resources they need to be successful. So thank you for this. I know we grilled you on a lot of questions, but thank you for having the answers. Did you have one more question? Okay, and our last question, Ms. Teleski.
Okay, I have 3 quick questions, but the progress is terrific, and I agree with the other comments that this deserves to be celebrated. So the first question is regarding slides 13 and 16 with the advisory opportunities. And just for any family members that are listening tonight, in terms of opportunities to engage with giving feedback, are those advisories open to everyone, or are they like select groups with representatives that are, say, teachers, parents, and so forth? Or is it,
So CCAP,
are there advisories that are open for everybody? Thank you.
Sorry, yeah. So I would say directing that with regards to the Special Ed Citizens Advisory Committee, which is CCAC, is the best place for families around that. Also, I'm going to continue to go back to that parent group, is that if there's a question or concern or note, is that team listens all the area to address that would be there. As far as the stakeholder group, that was a selected group based on those folks that we're interacting with pretty regularly, that are active within the community and are providing feedback that is that is able, that it's kind of a two-way street with regards to interactions. They're able to provide really concrete, actionable things that could be addressed, that we've worked with for periods of time around that want to partner in the work. I think is an important component, and that's really where that group. So those are some of them are parents of students with disabilities who are also community. Maybe working in, I give Parents Place as an example. So, right, that's an example of someone may, I'm giving just examples of groups, or an advocate who may also have had their own personal experience, if that makes sense. But yeah, it is more specific.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is from slide 26, just following up on Ms. Frimpong. With the data from comparing 2019 to 2025, if to this data could be added the representative populations of students for the groups, so that we, like, I know there's progress being made, but obviously the populations have changed. So just to make sure we have the most accurate picture, it would be helpful to have, for example, the OT student population in 2019, and then the OT student population in 2026. That would be great information to have, and for the public as well, which I know you don't have here, but.
Okay. Ms. Dlisky, do you mean, these are the providers, do you mean the population for providers? Or
Right, so since like the providers obviously are increasing in all of the categories, just to have the best understanding of the workloads or really the caseloads, to have the representative student groups in each of those areas for each of those school years would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. And then my last question, I know you talked a little bit about the MSDE compliance rate. And if you could share the compliance rate for BCPS, I guess the last school year, and then how that compares to either the previous year or previous years. Thank you.
So in the SPP and APR monitoring, which is the annual, we were identified, my eyes are really, this is funny at this point, when I'm reading my contacts. So for our Part C, our infants and toddlers, we are identified, when you see those, the four sections, we are in needs assistance, and year 2 of needs assistance. As far as for our Part B, which is our preschool and special ed school age, we are identified as needs intervention in that second year.
Okay, I didn't know if there was like a percent. So.
Oh, no.
But yes, that information was very detailed and wonderful.
Yeah,
so I'm sorry.
It's okay. No worries at all. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's where that's related to.
Okay. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's a good thing we didn't have any capital questions. So thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the report on academic achievement, dual enrollment. And for that, I call on Dr. Elmendorf and Ms. Schubert. Good evening.
Good evening. You'll be happy to know that this presentation will only be slightly longer than the last one.
Oh, slightly longer.
Well, good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, and Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. We are excited to talk to you tonight about the Early College Access Program here in BCPS, affectionately known as ECAP. So here on the slide, you can see a lot of the opportunities that students have as a result of dual enrollment in BCPS. You may remember back in 2014, legislation requiring that students have tuition discounts if they are looking to be enrolled in college while they're enrolled in high school. So we partner with CCBC quite a bit. We actually meet with them every week to talk about dual enrollment. And we are so proud to tell you that BCPS has one of the highest levels of participation in dual credit and dual enrollment in the state. And Ms. Schubert is going to walk you through some of the great things that we're doing here in BCPS as it relates to dual enrollment and early college access program.
Good evening.
So I wanted to start by talking about our college and career readiness standards that are issued at the state level. These standards have changed and been adjusted for this school year. And so now at the end of 10th grade, as you might be familiar with, our students can achieve college and career readiness status by having a GPA of greater than 3.0 and then a math algebra 1 grade of A, B, and C, or score proficient on their MCAP. So that's a standard we've been used to for the past few years. Additionally, at the end of 10th grade, they can score proficient on their English math proficiency and their mathematics proficiency. And if a student achieves those measures, they are deemed college and career ready. And we'll talk in a few slides about kind of the wonderful opportunities that are then afforded to students. With the new standards, there are opportunities for students to achieve college and career readiness at the end of 11th grade and then at the end of 12th grade. And these are new. So there's 5 additional ways that students can achieve college and career readiness. We can look at the end of 11th and 12th grade, a 1-year unweighted GPA, that would be the 11th grade GPA of 3.0 or higher, and then math grade of A, B, and C in any of their math courses. We could look at students taking the ASVAB, and that is related to military service readiness. We can look at a student achieving an apprenticeship or completing an apprenticeship or an industry recognized credential in one of our CTE programs. Dual enrollment actually might qualify them for college and career readiness. So again, these CCR standards changed as of this year, and once a student does attain that CCR standard, there are many opportunities that are afforded to them, including ECAP, which we're going to discuss with you this evening. So back to those standards, once our students do achieve CCR, they become eligible for 2 completely free CCBC courses in the fall and spring of both their junior and senior year. So that CCR status really opens up a financial opportunity for our students as they engage in dual enrollment. That is tuition free, that is fee free, and that is their books paid for as well. So these are completely free courses once students achieve that CCR status. Now, that doesn't mean that our students who are not CCR ready cannot take dual enrollment classes. They would pay the 50% reduced rate that is available to all residents of Baltimore County. So meeting that CCR standard does really provide a financial benefit to our students as it relates to dual enrollment. Here we have data for the last 3 years of the numbers of our students in the fall semesters who have accessed our dual enrollment courses. You can see there's a bit of a dip from fall of 23 to fall of 24. That was the first year that those CCR standards went into place, and we anticipate that that accounts for part of that dip. But this fall, we had just shy of 2,400 students taking classes at our community college. I wanted to briefly highlight for you, Dr. Elmendorf on the second slide shared the array of dual enrollment opportunities that are available to our students. I wanted to briefly highlight 3 of these programs for you this evening. We have our early college program at Woodlawn High School. This is an opportunity for students who apply to that program to graduate in 4 years with their high school diploma and their associate's degree from CCBC. You can see in the data that 56 students have earned their high school diploma and an associate's degree since 2021. 19 students have earned a BA or BS degree, and we have 1 student that earned a master's degree. Incredible opportunity. I visited this program the week before our Thanksgiving break. So we have students in 9th grade who are taking CCBC classes on location at Woodlawn High School. And we are proud 16 of 21 students are on track to graduate with both of their degrees. And this is a huge success for not only these students, but progress in the program as well. And then at Dundalk High School and Owings Mills High School, we have our P-TECH program, which is Pathways in Technology Early College High School. I like to think of these as kind of having a CTE spin on that early college program. So these students are focused in 2 different engineering trades. The difference with P-TECH is the goal there is for students to earn their high school diploma, and then they have an additional year 5 and year 6 post-graduation to earn that associate's degree as well. Again, super exciting opportunities for these students. And of course, walking across the stage in year 4, year 5, or year 6 with your associate's degree is a huge benefit to our students. So here we're sharing some data on our courses that have the highest participation with our students. The data includes courses with over 100 BCPS students. We're looking at fall and spring of last school year. Some of our more popular courses are College Composition 1 and 2, which equate to English 11 and English 12. Fundamentals of Communication is also a course that we see high enrollment in, that equivalents to Speech 1 and BCPS, and Intro to Psychology also is a high enrollment. So we have some courses, I like to call them our heavy hitters, that we have a lot of students participate in, but our students participate in dozens and dozens of dual enrollment courses with our community college partner. Shameless plug, I have to tell you, we are so lucky to be in Baltimore County. Community College of Baltimore County is an incredible resource for not only our entire county, but our students here in Baltimore County. Okay, so back to those CCR standards. When we look at last school year, 75% of our students who accessed dual enrollment courses at CCBC were college and career ready. 25% of our students were not college and career ready. That can be interpreted in many ways. Of course, as students progress in their academic career in high school, they're more apt to start engaging in those dual enrollment courses. And of course, after 10th grade is when you can become CCR ready. But we do have students as early as 9th grade who participate in dual enrollment courses. And then finally, you know, we look at how our students are doing in these courses. It's amazing to me when you go in and you see these high school students really engaged in college level courses. So we want to know, how are they doing? So we have grade data on this slide for last school year. Last year, just shy of 86% of our dual enrollment students earned a passing grade in the fall semester. Just under 82% of our students earned a passing grade in the spring semester. We do take a look at these data by course and by grade. We also look at school and by grade. And we really tune into our students who are not meeting with success. So that would be a failing grade, or an FX grade in the community college means they registered for the course and they never showed up, or a withdrawal grade. And we are working with our community college partners to not only monitor those students and put in support so that they're meeting with success, but also then working with our school counselors to have hard conversations with students. Maybe this isn't the best way for you to go. Maybe you want to look at an AP course. They're not mutually exclusive of one another, but we do look at these data because most important to us is that our students are meeting with academic success. And then here, community college opportunities really are hugely beneficial. We know on a national level that students who participate in dual enrollment opportunities, they have an opportunity to really understand what does it mean to be a learner at the college level, because it is different than being a learner at the high school level. How do we promote agency with our students when they're taking college classes? How do they pace themselves? There are financial benefits. Students who take these courses walk away with a grade that in the state of Maryland is guaranteed to transfer to any University of Maryland college. And we're proud to highlight that 67% of our ECAP students have a college GPA between 3.0 and 4.0. And that the average GPA for all of our ECAP students is a 3.0. Those are amazing statistics for our students who are engaging in these courses. And that 49% of our non-ECAP students have a GPA between 3.0 and 4.0. But our average GPA for non-ECAP is a 2.79. We continue to work with our community college to monitor this, and of course we talk with students and parents, school counselors, to help students understand the opportunities available to them at the community college. So I talked about, increase in certificate or degree attainment is an incredible opportunity for our students. They can access, some of our students are taking CCBC courses right in their high school building. I mentioned our Woodlawn kids. And the long-term financial implications of this. If students are CCR, this is at absolutely no cost. And, you know, as a parent, we all understand that benefit, right? In January, we are going to be sharing some very exciting news. I can't tell you too much regarding CCBC expanded opportunities for access for our students. This news will be especially exciting for our current seniors, so stay tuned for more information. Just a little teaser coming from Baltimore County Public Schools and our Community College of Baltimore County. So at this time, I will see if anyone has questions.
Questions for board members? Mr. Young?
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned like the P-TECH programs at Dundalk and Owings Mills, and on the slide it talks about years 5 and 6 or 5 through 8. So do the students basically graduate like year 4 from BCPS schools and then continue those years 5 through whatever, 6, 8 at CCBC?
That's correct. So while the students are with us for 4 years, all of their CCBC courses are covered through our partnership with CCBC. They then graduate from BCPS. Years 5 and 6, we have an agreement with CCBC that they are then paying for the students to continue that and hopefully attain their associate's degree in 5 and 6.
They who are paying
CCBC covers the tuition in years 5 and 6 for our students, yes, in
So
those
that-
two programs.
So that goes to a doubly big impact financially because 5 and 6, the later years are paid for by CCBC and they get an associate's degree.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you. I just had a quick question because I heard you say that there's a small percentage of participants who get a grade of an FX, which means they didn't show up at all. Is there an attendance tracking or requirement? How do we know early on if students who are qualified and enrolled, met the requirements, are not attending, and are there interventions that follow?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we continue to talk with our CCBC partners about that. So technically, when students enroll in a community college course, they are community college students, and so access to that grade monitoring is not available to us in BCPS. We continue to have conversations, and I'll give a great example at Woodlawn High School. We have an amazing coordinator there. I call her the ECAP mama, who really kind of harnesses these students, right? She sits down side by side with them, and they're looking at their grades. They're looking at their progress. They're looking at their attendance. So the student has it up on their screen. Mama Bear is watching with them and then providing guidance to them. This is a conversation we continue to have with our school counselors when we meet every other Friday with CCBC so that we can have a greater partnership and kind of monitor that student attendance so that we can avoid students who register for a class and then don't attend.
Does that lack of attendance in one class impact their ability to further participate in ECAP?
Yeah, so one of the things we looked at this year was students earning a failing grade for whatever reason or withdrawal after the withdrawal date. This year, we have put in some guidelines to students that we will look at those failures at the end of school year 25-26, and students may lose their opportunity to receive the 50% financial support that BCPS provides with those failing grades, and we'll have an appeal process for that as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I have to say, I love this program. This is one of my favorite things that is offered by BCPS. So just congratulations on the success of the program, and kudos to Dr. Rogers and her leadership and the staff who work with CCBC. And thank you to them as well for being partners in this and working with their leadership and staff to offer these opportunities for our students. So I wanted to take a look at slide 8. And I know the criteria has changed as far as the students who are eligible to participate, and we've made some allowances for that. But on this slide, as far as they do have to do some payment versus the students who are considered CCR ready and do not have to have the same payment. So for that 25% of students who were considered to be, quote, non-college and career ready, are we tracking like how they're doing in these programs and if they're able to have success as well?
Yes, so annually we disaggregate all of these data. So not only are we looking at course performance by course at CCBC, but we do look at the difference between course performance for our CCR and non-CCR students, as well as by grade level. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then with that data, is that something that we're able to, I guess, take and present on, excuse me, even a state level, because that's where this criteria is coming from. And so even just to say, hey, and I do appreciate that they've changed some of the criteria to allow more access, but even with things like this showing that these students who were given that label of non-CCR, they can be successful still in these college studies, and being able to take this data, present this data, to hopefully, I guess, look at some potential change to that criteria just so that we can expand these opportunities for those students.
Ms. Frimpong, I would share that yes, the data is available to the state, and the state is constantly working on revising different ways and pathways for students to be CCR ready. Dr. Wright has a real commitment to access for students, and that is an ongoing conversation that they're having, additional pathways for students.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic. And of course, like I said, I love this program and I love to speak about the success stories. I actually, I think I'm even more partial to this compared to AP, although again, as it's been said, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. But there have been students who have participated in these programs and have left high school to go on to college and really only had to have 2 more years of college before achieving a bachelor's degree. And I just think that that's really important in making sure that we're sharing this story and this opportunities and access to our students, because when we think about the rising costs of college, the program and opportunity, it helps to alleviate that college debt for our young people, and they don't have to leave college saddled down with an overwhelming amount of college debt. So again, I think it's a great program, and so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Frimpong. Mr. Young?
Thank you. Piggybacking on Board Member Harvey's earlier question, for those students who get the FX or withdraw after the fact, is there any financial repercussions to them for that?
Currently, if that student is CCR, we are still paying for those courses. And part of this came from a data analysis in terms of the tuition paid for students who, essentially didn't end the course with a passing grade, which is what we're all looking for, which is why we worked with our community college partner to put in some guidelines around reviewing those data annually each school year and removing those tuition benefits for students if they do not pass. But currently, we do pay the bill for the student who took a fall course that did not pass.
And the student is not responsible for that bill?
As of right now, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McMillian?
Just 2 real quick questions. Do most of the kids that succeed in attaining the AA degree in high school, are they starting in the 9th grade?
So our structured programs at Woodlawn High School, at Dundalk, and at Owings Mills, they do start college courses in 9th grade. I think it's important to note that we do have students that do it on their own in Baltimore County Public Schools who earn an associate's degree with their high school diploma by taking advantage of dual enrollment, not in a structured program. But our structured programs, they start in 8th grade.
Okay, so those kids that start in 9th grade, so as juniors and seniors, they get the 8 free courses?
In our structured programs, early college and P-TECH, we cover the cost of all of their courses for all 4 years because it is a program of study that they opted in.
Wow.
CCR or non-CCR.
And then you mentioned the most popular, 2 of the popular courses were the English courses, and you mentioned like English 11 and English 12. So can they take those at the college and then not take the high school English?
I love that question. Yes, so those 2 courses are what we call dual credit, meaning that the student gets high school credit and college credit at the same time. So if you took English 101, which is equivalent to English 11, you do not need to take English 11, and that grade posts to your BCPS transcript because they are identified as dual credit courses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for that. I echo Ms. Frimpong. I think the reactions of the board, it's a very exciting program and is a real benefit to kids and parents. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is information, which are the financial report for the month ending October 2025, Minority and Small Business Enterprise Annual Report for 2024-2025, official September 30th enrollment report, revised Superintendent's Rules 8130, 8132, and third-party billing annual report for 2024 to 2025. Next on the agenda is, wait a second. Okay. The next item on the agenda is board committee updates and agenda setting. Before we do that, the first item is board committee's purpose and measures of effectiveness. So each of our board committees has met and reviewed their measures of effectiveness and their purposes, and the compiled document was provided to board members. It's on board docs, and you'll see that it's still in draft form, so the board members could see the old and then the new. So I hope everyone has had a chance to look at that. May I have a motion to approve the board committee's purpose and measures of effectiveness as presented as Exhibit M1?
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Harvey.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Pumphrey.
Regarding the Equity Committee measures of effectiveness, substance, it looks fine, but the first three bullets under measures of effectiveness are in past tense, and the second two are not.
Okay.
And I sort of think those tenses should be changed to be in agreement, to align with one another.
Thank you for that. Ms. Gover, you're taking notes? Okay, thank you. Other comments? Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Oh, Ms.
Chair Lichter,
Frimpong.
this is board member.
I'm sorry, Ms. Frimpong, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question I wanted to make sure. So this is in like a tracking change format as far as the document. So if we don't see anything stricken or read, et cetera, it means that it stayed the same.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess my other question is, we have a former budget committee on there. Are we keeping this still together with the current committees, or are we separating that out?
What I'm looking at is audit and then building and contracts, the last one. Ms. Gerber, you just put that on there because it was. Oh, the board, I had forgotten. The board had requested to see what the former budget committee had put down. That's why it says former. But at this point, we'd be voting on the active committees.
Okay, I think it's a little bit misleading because it says that those were the things that were being done. And I don't, is that what was actually being done previously? Because, for example, with the advisories, is that something that they wanted to do or actually had been done?
Well, since there's no current budget committee, then they didn't review it as the other committees did. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dominowski, did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say it was voted to be dismantled before we were able to discuss this and pass those. So,
right. So they haven't been relooked at as the other committees have.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So we are voting on the current active committee information that's here, not the last one, the budget one. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, Ms. Gover?
Ms. Dominowski?
yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frimpong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stileski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is board committee.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Hen?
Pardon me. Before we move on, I'd like to make a motion on this agenda item.
Sure.
I'd like to move that we reinstate the Budget Committee and task the committee with revisiting the measures of effectiveness.
Thank you. Is there a second to Ms. Hen's?
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Hen, did you want to talk to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
I would like to speak. I unfortunately was not at the meeting where the Budget Committee was dismantled, so I do have a comment. I can't pinpoint the exact MABE meeting that we had, but we did discuss in MABE during one of our trainings that the Budget Committee was one of the most important committees of a Board of Education. So I was quite disappointed when we dismantled the Budget Committee. I think if we feel that the Budget Committee was not effective, the best way to address that was what we're doing right here, is to look at the measures of effectiveness like we did with all other committees and make sure that the committee is run appropriately based on those, based on the purpose and measures of effectiveness that we vote on a board that are appropriate. And so I think it's important for us to have a budget committee. I think it helps us to the budget is the board's budget. So the purpose here where it says assist in the preparation of the annual budget for the operating and capital needs of the school system sticks out to me as one of the most important purposes because it is our budget. It's not the superintendent's budget, it's the board's budget. And part of the purpose of the committee would be indeed to be part of that preparation. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Hen.
Yes, Ms. Hen.
Thank you. I agree with what Ms. Pumphrey stated, and we'll add that most large school systems, their boards do have a budget committee. Along with policy, it is one of the most important committees that a board can establish. When this committee was originally founded, I provided stats specifically on how many boards nationwide have budget committees. It's an overwhelming majority, as well as in the state of Maryland. Most boards have established budget committees in addition to audit committees. It's not a duplicitous committee. We have no channel right now to do a deep dive on a nearly $3 billion budget. And there is a lot of work that needs to be done. So I would ask my colleagues to support this motion and would encourage full participation of the whole board in the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms.
Oh, I'm
Chair
sorry.
Lecter, my hand was raised.
I'm sorry, Ms. Frempong, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I'd like to see, I guess, what the measures, what the revised, I would like to see what the revised measures and effectiveness would be for the committee before we decide on reinstating the committee. And so I'm not sure if that's what the motion is. I just wanted to be clear. I will be looking for that before we say this is what we need to be put back in place, because it seems like in previous times when it is in the mix or the kind of the crux of the budget season, the committee's not meeting. And so if we're really looking at making sure that the budget is kind of being viewed and the entire board is having that opportunity, I would think it reminds me of like with the legislative where it's very active for a short period of time because there's that focus. And so that's kind of what I would see for the budget committee during that time. And so I just want to be clear on what the measures of effectiveness and purpose would be and how it would be structured before we actually vote whether or not we want to put it back in place or not.
Okay, thank you for that.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, Ms. Hen.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Ms. Frempong. In order to revisit the measures of effectiveness, we would need to reinstate the budget committee to have that discussion and to revise it. As Ms. Dominowski suggested, this is work that the committee had engaged on and was about to begin work on before it was dismantled. So I'm not sure how we would meet your, what you were asking for without support of this motion. So we, Ms. Gover had provided a draft or the last version of our measures of effectiveness. However, in order to update those, we would need to reinstate the committee to begin work on that. So I'm not quite sure how we would do that without support of this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Domanowski?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Henn said. All committees did the purpose and measures of effectiveness after they were already instated. So I'm not sure why the budget committee would be any different. How can they work on something if they're not a actual committee? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
When we decided to revisit the measures of effectiveness, I believe Ms. Henn spoke to revisiting also the budget committee and having, those members who were on it revisit these effectiveness and bring it back to the board. So that says that we can sit down and discuss, have a small group, evaluate, discuss, and talk about this is what we view as what the purpose should be before saying we're going to have the committee and then decide what its role and purpose is.
Thank you. Ms. Domanowski?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to respectfully disagree. Every other committee was already formed in making those decisions on measures of effectiveness. One of the board members is no longer here that was on the budget committee, so how can they meet effectively? And then how can you ask someone to be a part of a committee that is not a committee to make the measures of effectiveness? That's all.
Mr. Young, did you want to respond?
Yes. I understand your disagreement, but going back to the meeting where we brought this up, Ms. Henn brought the suggestion that the members of the committee would meet. So she had the idea that this could be done. And if they did not meet to come up with or revise them, then this is where we are right now with it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Henn.
Following my suggestion, Ms. Gover provided the measures of effectiveness that the committee had previously worked on, which was provided in board docs for all board members to review. So the work had previously been done on that. The committee would, if reinstated, would reconvene and revisit those and begin working on them anew, just as every other committee did. So work had been done on those, as Ms. Domanowski said, and we would revisit those just as all of the other committees. We're not talking about creating a new committee with a new purpose and new goals from scratch. It's essentially the same committee, and all board members have access to that document with what that committee was tasked with doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frimpong.
Thank you. No, I heard, and I did have the same understanding as Mr. Young, which is why I was looking and I had asked about were there any revisions made. So the thing is that based on what was presented at the time, I think we had that information when the board voted, and then the vote was to dismantle it. So if we're being asked to use that same information and nothing different, then I don't see how there's going to be a different outcome if we don't have new information to review or make a decision on. Thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I think the board worked backwards on this from the time that it was dismantled. I think that if we thought the committee was not effective, we should have changed these measures of effect, or made an attempt, or asked the committee to make an attempt to change their measures of effectiveness before we voted to dismantle it. So we dismantled it without reviewing that. All other committees have had a chance to address their measures of effectiveness and pinpoint them and make them available to the rest of the board members for additional changes to make sure that each committee is being effective. The budget committee never had that chance. We just dismantled them. These measures of effectiveness aren't appropriate. They never had a chance to update, or the board didn't have a chance to update the measures of effectiveness to make that committee more effective. I think the point here is that the budget committee, a budget committee in general for any board, is very important. So just to say that these measures of effectiveness aren't appropriate for this committee, as I said before, if anything else, we should be changing the measure of effectiveness. We should never have dismantled the committee because it was ineffective. Instead, we should have changed the measure of effectiveness to make it effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stoleski?
Thank you. I agree with everything that Ms. Pumphrey just stated and several of the others. The other one thing that I will add is the budget is our most important task, and we owe it to ourselves and most importantly to the public to give every effort to ensuring our trillion-dollar budget is as tight as possible, and the deep dives that have occurred in the Budget Committee are imperative. Thank you.
Mr. McMillion?
We just voted on every other committee's purpose. So Ms. Henn's motion is about reestablishing the Budget Committee. We vote on that if it passes or it doesn't pass. If it passes, then we have the opportunity, the budget, people in the Budget Committee have the opportunity to adjust their purpose. And then we bring it back to the board, and the board votes on the purpose. If it doesn't meet the purpose, then we adjust it again. So I think it's pretty cut and dry, the process here. It appears to me anyway.
Thank you. Ms. Henn, is your hand still up?
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the board's statutory responsibilities with creating a budget, I'd like board counsel to weigh in on the necessity of a budget committee, please, and given his work with other boards.
Mr. Burns?
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board, Dr. Rogers, Darren Burns, board counsel. I think when you talk about board committees, it's always important to remind yourself what the law does and doesn't require. And I know Ms. Henn asked me to comment in a broader sense than that. But there's very little on the statutory books regarding mandatory committees. One of them is to have a citizen advisory committee, and that takes a lot of different shapes across the school systems. Beyond that, your policy is your next set of laws and rules. And if you have policy as set forth in your policies and regulations or in your handbook, which you adopt, this board adopts as if it's a policy. When those things are there and they require committees, you should follow them. And without having those sources in front of me right this second, I'm not going to comment on whether you have any specific. That would be the timer for everyone speaking. Hold on a second. I'll set it for myself. You don't have a mandatory a policy that sets forth mandatory committees in the sense that a lot of boards do. Most boards have a policy like yours that talks about the ability to establish committees, and they'll call them standing committees, as well as the ability to establish ad hoc committees. But some boards have gone to the next step of specifying what 3 or 4 standing committees would be. And I would say in my experience across the state, in the counties that I've worked with, which is at least half of them over time, they always have at least a policy committee, always a budget committee, often an audit committee of some sort, and then there's an assortment from there. I think I've mentioned this before, that like contract committees are not standard. So that's one you all have dived into that adds to what you're capable of doing. But with respect to any law requiring a budget committee, I would say no. With respect to a budget committee serving one of your key statutory requirements and obligations, budget's one of them, it would certainly support that mission. But I mean, that's a policy called by the board.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Henn. When you talked about your motion, you talked about having all board members on that committee. So I was a little confused by that because I know that Dr. Rogers, especially in our agenda planning, has added more presentations on the budget throughout the year to help prepare us better. So I was confused when you said all board members would be on that committee, that you would like all board members on that committee.
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. What I was referring to is encouraging board members to participate, assuming we don't reach quorum in the committee, but participation can take a number of forms, right? From watching the meetings to suggesting agenda topics to participating again under the quorum, right? There are a number of ways to participate, and encouraging all members to take an interest in the work of that. And of course, for the committee itself to report back to the board and involve the whole board in that, not for the full board to be committee members, of course.
Thank you.
But thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify, of course.
Thank you. Ms. Frimpong, is your hand still up?
It is. I have a question for Mr. Burns. Is he still
Yes,
available?
he is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burns, can you speak to both sides? How do you, for the LEAs that have budget committees, can you speak to how they work? And then for those that do not, can you speak to how they work?
Well, the first one's easier, Ms. Frompong, because I can't think off the top of my head who doesn't have some form of a budget committee. And certainly the larger counties have one. And sometimes they're ad hoc, right? I mean, sometimes they are, I think someone mentioned the season. Sometimes they're formed for a specific purpose related to budget, and then they may not be needed at other parts of the year, or they may not meet at other parts of the year. But for those that have them, typically what they do is they help set priorities. You know, they gather feedback. They have their meetings, whichever number of members, and again, as Ms. Henn mentioned, less than a quorum, and they discuss priorities and they liaison with the superintendent and staff. I'd say the number one thing that a committee brings to the table is in between meetings and in between budget seasons and cycles, you're able to confer with staff, get a feel for what's out there from a fiscal standpoint and what the needs may be coming into a particular budget cycle. I mean, you got to do it every year, right? But there are look-ahead issues. There's capital look-ahead issues. So I think the ability to interface with staff and the superintendent and the ability to gather from your peers, not to make decisions, again, respectful of the OMA, but to gather information about what priorities could be. And then I often see the budget committees, like other committees, report at a board meeting. And then as the budget cycle heats up, sometimes there'll be a report on a recent meeting and what maybe staff reported about certain fiscal topics at that committee meeting, and then that's for the larger group to hear. Sometimes it's just a memo that gets issued by the committee, again, between meetings to help bring the rest of the members current. And then sometimes I've seen committees present at some point, maybe January, early winter in the process, a list of of priorities, right? And the board can vote on those priorities. Again, as was mentioned, there is only one budget. It is the Board of Education's budget. Everyone else in the process is advising the board. And the most important advisor is your superintendent. And that's a statutory thing. And part of her mission is to bring to you, as best as she and her team can, the best budget that they think the system can get and that it needs for the following year. And the committee, I think, can support that mission, but should respect what the statutory process is.
Thank you. Mr. McMillion?
It's just my view, but I think a vote for the Budget Committee is a vote for working together and trying to correct some things that we haven't, we don't work real well together, I don't think. And I think this is an opportunity to correct a wrong and when we abolished it. So that's just my view. A vote for it, I think, is a vote in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all agree that the budget is one of the most important things that we have to manage, and that we all need to know, understand, and be able to speak to or ask questions regarding how the system is allocating funds. Where I get stuck is why that has to be filtered through a committee. Yes, we can listen through to the committee meetings, but the budget, a $2+ billion budget, I believe is something that we all need to hear, digest, and inquire about as one board, because as one board, we have to approve it or not. So I agree that it's important. I agree that we all have to work together to make sure we put out the best budget that we can in the interest of the students and families we serve. I don't understand how a committee advances that purpose, and that's where I get stuck.
Ms. Dominowski?
How do all of our committees advance the work that we're doing? I just feel like that's the point of all committees, is to advance the work of the full board, and the budget committee would be no different. Thank you.
Ms. Delusky?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just thinking about what Mr. Burns said about the school systems and the the committees that they all have, and it's policy and budget, and then it's the other committees that we have that are not mainstream throughout the school systems. I just believe his statements in terms of what is the norm among other school systems just further backs how important it is that we need to reinstate it. Thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I have a quick question for Mr. Burns and then a comment. I just want to clarify what you said. I believe that you said you couldn't think of another LEA that did not have a budget committee. Is that correct?
No, I couldn't recite the list to you.
Okay.
And that I believe that all the larger school systems have a budget committee in some form, whether it's standing or ad hoc.
Okay, thank you. And then my comment back to MABE, again, our training that I remember from when I first became a board member, the purpose of committees is to take a deep dive into, the specific subject of the committee. And so just like policy, to me, that's just like policy review. Policy is very important, and as a whole board, we have to look at all those policies. But when we're in committee, we can take a deep dive conversation for each individual policy and spend a significant amount of time on each of those policies to discuss and determine what we think as a committee is best to bring forward to the board. At that point, I know that there's specific policies that certain board members will go back and look at our discussion. Others, they trust that we took a deep enough dive into it that they can accept, our recommendation as well as the amendments that were made by staff members throughout our discussions. And I think that applies also with the budget committee. It's still a deep dive into the budget that we can ask more detailed questions, spend more time on that. And I know we've increased our time in general at board meetings, but you can't take as much of a deep dive at a board meeting as you can a committee meeting for any committee. That's what all of our committees do. That's the purpose of committees as a whole. If we think the budget committee wasn't effective, then we can change the measure of effectiveness. We can change the purpose, not only as a committee, but also as a board. Thank you.
Ms. Henn?
Madam Chair, thank
Ms.
you.
Henn.
Mr. Burns mentioned one of the tasks of a budget committee is to develop priorities. Well, an analogy would be our legislative committee develops our annual legislative priorities, brings those back to the board for approval. We discuss them, we vote as a board, and the work moves forward. Budget committee would be no different. And in fact, we've discussed those as a committee in the past, and the work moves forward. So one of the first things I'd like to do is continue those discussions, watch other boards' budget committees in action, and learn from them, and to see what is it that makes an effective budget committee, and revisit our measures of effectiveness, as Ms. Pumphrey said, and Ms. Dominowski said, once it's up and running, and start to build those in. And as Mr. McMillian said, a vote for this committee is a vote to work more effectively together, because the work will return to the full board. I appreciate Ms. Harvey's, Vice Chair Harvey's concerns, but the work does flow back to the board. And the committees, as we've proven with our other committees, are an effective means to facilitate that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just thinking if there's any other comments. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to reinstate the budget committee. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Gover?
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Recuse.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 6.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to establish an ad hoc budget committee for this budget cycle to establish measures of effectiveness and to give the board an opportunity to determine if a budget committee does serve purposes and is integral to the operation of the board.
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to your, I think?
So in listening to my colleagues and in hearing, people's opinions about why we need a budget committee, I think we should have the opportunity to discuss it. However, my recollection of the previous way the budget committee operated, given that it didn't operate during budget season, given that we rarely, that I recall, received any reports as a full board as to, what the priorities were or what recommendations were being made. I think this is an opportunity for the board to suss it out during this budget season as an ad hoc committee for this season only, and to determine if we can establish measures of effectiveness and if the board serves, if the committee is a value add to the board.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So I know Ms. Gover do you have that motion or you need it? You got it? Okay. Can you reread it, Ms. Gover?
Bella? Bella?
Ms. Frempong?
No, that was Ms. Savoy. That was Savoy.
Do you want me?
Oh.
I mean, I've got part of it, to create an ad hoc committee to create purpose and measures of effectiveness for the budget committee for the current fiscal year, or for the upcoming.
So my motion was to create an ad hoc budget committee for this budget cycle only to determine measures of effectiveness and to determine if having a committee is a value add to the board.
Okay. I'm not sure, Ms. Frempong, is your hand currently up for this, for Ms. Harvey's motion?
Yes, it wasn't seen before. I was actually going to make that motion that we do an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
I didn't have the additional language, but just yes, that we do an ad hoc committee.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Henn, is your hand up for this?
My hand is up. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the motion and the timing.
Go
Given
ahead.
that I believe Vice Chair Harvey said that the ad hoc would be in place for this budget season, given that Dr. Rogers is in the final stages of finalizing the budget that she will present, would this ad hoc committee then be dissolved once the budget is presented? And does that defeat the purpose, since the board committee would not have been involved in the development, has not been involved in the development of this year's budget?
Do you want to speak to that?
I don't think the committee would necessarily need to be dissolved. There has been no committee to participate. In my mind, this is a compromise and a beginning for us to look at how to most effectively use a proposed budget committee.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
If one of the goals or purposes of the budget committee, ad hoc or otherwise, is to develop priorities and bring those to the board, then the exercise of prioritization is futile for this budget cycle, as Dr. Rogers has already developed her budget. So if the ad hoc is only going to be in place for the current budget cycle, then my question would be, what is the point of developing an ad hoc? I support Vice Chair Harvey's motion, but my question has to do with the timing. And I would prefer that we not limit ourselves to an end date, or put an end date on the ad hoc in terms of limiting it to this budget cycle. Because one of the measures of effectiveness of one of the tasks would be to develop a list of board priorities and bring those to the full board, which it's too late in this budget cycle to do.
Right. Right, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion before we do vote?
Could we put the motion in the chat just so we could see it in writing, in case we want to make any amendments to it?
Chair Lichter,
Yes.
while we wait on Ms. Harvey to put that in, I'm not sure what Ms. Hen, if she's thinking that the proposed end date of the committee would be January when the superintendent puts their budget forward, but it's my opinion that the budget season wouldn't not necessarily end until we get an approved budget from the county executive, and that's
In
usually
May, right.
April or May, and there are still changes that the county executive and county council can make to the budget.
Thank you. Just another comment is the conversation I'm hearing about the purpose does not match the purpose of the previous budget committee. So I am confused about that. And this is an ad hoc committee that you were asking for, which is always a temporary committee by nature. Okay, so she has it in the chat to establish an ad hoc budget committee for this budget season only to determine measures of effectiveness and assess the benefit of a budget committee to the board. Okay. Mr.
Motion to amend. If you're going to put can we motion to amend the, to remove budget season and fill it in with whatever date you mean by that, because that budget season could mean more than one thing, like when the superintendent I'm sorry, I guess I should speak, I'm talking, I don't know what date that means.
Right. Well, to Mr. Young's point, the budget gets approved by the county council the end of May, so.
So
right.
say that then. Or so motion to amend, replace budget season to ad hoc committee for the, I don't know how to.
Till the budget, the fiscal year budget is approved.
Yes, to establish an ad hoc committee for, it still doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I don't know how to make it make sense. If anybody has wants to help me here, because there's like, the way that it's worded right now, it just, budget season. Like, I don't know what you mean.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may we see counsel on the motion?
Thank you.
It seems to be limiting in an invalid motion in that it limits the board and the committee in terms of future actions. I believe it to be an invalid motion.
Ms. Hen, if that's a point of order, I don't think that's
Point of
correct.
order, thank you.
I don't think that's correct, but I do think Ms. Dominowski's possible amendment points to more of a concern, which would just be a lack of clarity, because I'm not sure budget season is a defined term anywhere. But the simple thing you could do, and Ms. Harvey could consider even from Ms. Dominowski with my advice, is you know that your budget cycle ends June 30th. That's the law, right? And at that point in time, on July 1st, you have to have a passed budget that this board and the county have worked on in order to start your new fiscal year. So if the ad hoc committee's timeline is to be for some period of time, which seems consistent with ad hoc, that's one way you could structure it, Ms. Harvey, simply say through at least June 30th and pending further action.
But
I'm willing to make that amendment. I'll put it in the chat so everyone understands.
June 30th, 2026, I should have said.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up from Mr.
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
The clause in the Vice Chair Harvey's motion, only to determine measures of effectiveness and assess the benefit of a budget committee to the board, is limiting in that it limits possible actions of that committee.
Yes, it is.
And also limits what the board can do. So it's a secondary motion, which is my point of order.
If you're asking my opinion, I disagree with that. I think it's a limiting motion, but a lot of motions have limits in them. It is what it is, but I don't think there's anything unlawful about it. Mr. Young?
I'm sorry, Mr. Young. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
He was looking to you and me.
I'll make a motion to amend when appropriate, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Burns, we can I'm sorry, Ms. Lichter, can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Burns, at any point during this time frame between now and June 30th, if this motion passes, we can revisit what the scope is and increase that or change the...
Yes.
Okay.
And I would think that within the framework of Ms. Harvey's motion, the committee itself, whoever is on it, could also come back with some recommendations that relate to what else it might do. That's part of effectiveness, right? I don't think it's as limiting as perhaps it sounds, but I think it is limiting, and there's nothing wrong with that as it stands. And I don't think there's anything that stops what you said from happening.
So Ms. Harvey amended it to say to establish an ad hoc budget committee through June 30th, 2026 to determine measures of effectiveness and assess the benefits of a budget committee to the board.
Motion to amend to add the words purpose and
Right.
between determine and measures.
Did you forget the word purpose?
I can accept that as a friendly amendment.
So you were saying, Ms. Pumphrey,
So
2026
so
to
it'd read
determine
as
purpose
and measures of effectiveness, excuse me.
Right, well, and that's what we just looked at for each of the other committees. Those two
Yes, I was
parts.
just,
Right.
that's not there,
Yeah.
that's why.
Okay, so. To establish an ad hoc budget committee through June 30th, 2026 to determine the purpose and measures of effectiveness and to assess the benefit of a budget committee to the board. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a technical question, because I know ad hoc committees cannot have a quorum. And obviously, the work is really important, so...
What do you mean cannot have a quorum? We can have more, we can have as many people as we want, is that what you're saying?
Well, we cannot.
For an ad hoc, I think you can.
I think your general practice has been never to have a quorum or more on a committee because it makes the work more flexible in terms of meetings.
So
my concern would just be that can we still get input from the full board in terms of the purpose and, you know, and
Well, they'll bring it back. I was assuming that
Right.
we just did tonight, then the budget ad hoc committee would bring back their purpose and measures effectiveness for the full board to vote, which would lead to assessing the benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Did you have a second on that? Have we had a second?
You had an original second from Ms. Pumphrey, I know
Right.
that. Are you withdrawing your second?
No, I think it was friendly amendments. Do we need another second since there were friendly amendments?
There were no actual amendments.
Okay.
Ms. Harvey actually modified her motion.
Okay.
When
Then now we can have a roll call vote on Ms. Harvey's last motion.
I do recommend, Ms. Lichter, for the record, that it be read one more
Okay.
time in full.
To establish, do you want to read it? To establish an ad hoc budget committee through June 30th, 2026 to determine the purpose and measures of effectiveness and to assess the benefit of a budget committee to the board. Ms. Gover, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Sagumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Staleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Get back to board docs. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Yes.
Okay, then the next item is for board committee updates. Ms. Harvey, Audit Committee.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As a reminder, the Audit Committee serves as an independent, objective body that helps the board fulfill its fiduciary oversight responsibilities. We are meeting on January 14th, 2026 at 4:30 p.m. virtually, and we encourage the public to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Building and Contracts, Mr. Young.
The next Building and Contracts meeting is January 12th, 2026 at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Curriculum Committee, Ms. Dulesky.
Thank you. The next curriculum meeting will be Wednesday, January 28th at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Equity Committee, Ms. Frempong.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Young, my vice chair, who led the last equity committee meeting.
Okay.
Okay, the next Equity Committee meeting is January 22nd, 2026 at 4 p.m. The next Equity Committee meeting with the Equity Council is January 29th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And Legislative and Government Relations, our next meeting is on January 21st, which I think is around the time that session starts. Mr. Bazemore, when does session start? The 13th, so it's the week following session. And our last committee right now, Policy Review Committee, Ms. Pumphrey.
Yes, and I apologize in advance that this might be a little lengthy. I like to give a detailed report.
for it.
Policy 6800, we discussed staff. That's field trips and foreign travel. Staff presented some amendments as a compromise based on our prior. This was a board policy that was from the 2024-2025 school year review, and staff presented amendments as a compromise based upon our committee's discussion that year, and those amendments were moved forward. It will come to the board for first reader. Policy 1110, which was publication, radio, television, digital media, and policy 6200, school libraries, were both discussed and moved forward for first reader. Policy 5000 was a policy that the board previously voted on to remove. This was brought back up for discussion to reinstate. We had a robust discussion in committee and voted to bring this policy back again for first reader to the full board. And Ms. Howie also discussed a COMAR update regarding in-person meetings for local boards, and that refers to our policy 8311. And if you want to see the memo from the Maryland State Board of Education, to the Maryland State Board of Education from the State Superintendent of Schools, that is in board docs under that discussion item for policy 8311. Yes, and our next board meeting, I wrote somewhere that I can't remember. Our next committee meeting is February 2nd, 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Next is agenda items. If you have an item, please raise your hand or send me an email with the topic. Okay. All right. And then, all right, we're almost there. The last item on the agenda is announcements. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. I hope everyone has a wonderful, happy holiday season and a relaxing winter break. Thank you for joining us tonight. Have a great evening, and the meeting is now adjourned.